This meeting of the Standing Finance Committee is now resumed. We move to Head 39, the Ministry of Public Utilities. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, $2,952,369,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Utilities to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It is an honor for me to address the Standing Finance Committee of the Parliament this afternoon. It has been 1 year since I was appointed by the Honorable Keith Rowley as the Minister of Public Utilities to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I must say that it has been a year filled with very challenging but quite stimulating work with my team at the Ministry and at the various utility agencies. Our work has been driven by a genuine desire to generate new and innovative ideas and approaches to solve the challenges facing our public utilities. Madam Chairman, in my first presentation to this committee last year, I indicated that the Ministry of Public Utilities was intent on playing its part in creating the economy and society of the 2030 that we all desire. I gave a commitment to accelerate the implementation of government policies and programs in priority areas such as water resource management, improved transmission and distribution of water, expansion of the national power grid, and waste and wastewater management. As I look back 1 year over the past year, I consider myself very fortunate to have been given the opportunity to lead a ministry which touches the lives of every single citizen of this country every single day. My team of some 300 officers and I continue to challenge any perception that business as usual is acceptable. Instead, we have been relentless in our efforts to do more with less and to upgrade the quality of customer service. In the last financial year, we achieved an implementation rate of 71% under the PSIP, using $507.4 million. Madam Chairman, the Minister of Finance has been doing an excellent job in building the foundation for growth since he assumed office in September 2015. And we are now experiencing genuine economic turnaround with a growth projected at 1.9% this year. I intend to continue doing my part to stimulate this growth trajectory by providing strategic leadership and governance to the public utility sector to ensure that the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago obtain value for money. For us at the Ministry of Public Utilities, it is not business as usual. We continue to seek and employ new ways of enhancing our operational efficiency and expanding accessibility to quality service. We have recently started a series of outreach activities to respond to the plight of so many of our citizens who face challenges in getting a regular supply of water or electricity or postal service. At the same time, we have also urged citizens to collaborate with us in our new resource management and conservation drive to reduce the use of water and electricity while generating less waste. Collectively, we will continue the transformation of Trinidad and Tobago, which is anchored in our Vision 2030. In fiscal 2019, the draft estimates propose an allocation of $3.182 billion for the Ministry of Public Utilities. Madam Chairman, $382 million will be utilized for the continuing implementation of programs and projects to increase water production through well development, expand central sewage connections, accelerate our leak repair program, and upgrade transmission and distribution infrastructure, reduce levels of waste generation and improve landfill management, improve business operations in both the ministry and its agencies. Madam Speaker, the work of fixing the plane while it's in the air continues. And in the year ahead, these projects and programs will define a welcome change in how we produce and deliver our services. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,952,369,000 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,952,369,000 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 245 of the recurrent. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Meteorological Services. Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, could you, on item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance for the Meteorological Service, could you give us an appreciation of the complement of staff on the establishment and how many vacancies there are?
All right, so we have substantive holders on the meteorological services. We have what is 32 substantive holders, 18 vacancies. Total position is 50. So you have a total position of 50, all right, of which 32 are substantive holders, 18 vacancies.
Is there any contract employees?
We have 6 contract employees, 4 are filled, and we have 2 vacant at this point.
Is there, through you, Madam Chair, is there any plan to fill those?
Yes, and we have budgeted in the expenditure for the positions.
Item 005, Electrical Inspectorate. Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, could you give us an appreciation of the current complement of staff and together with the establishment, and whether there are any contract employees?
You under 01?
0501, salaries and cost of living allowance.
Thank you.
That's here. Again, the number of positions, 48. We have 37 substantive holders. We have 37, and we have 11 vacant positions. All right, contract employees, we have three posts, 3 and 3 are vacant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, you indicated that in your opening speech, you're all for innovation. At an earlier stage of the growth of the Electrical Inspectorate, there existed a program for the possible privatization of this through utilizing a Minnesota model, and that perhaps you may want to contemplate looking at that model in which the Electrical Inspectorate goes into the communities and they become, the ministry provides regulation and they provide the service and the customer pays for it.
Noted, but we have not brought that into this position this year.
Helping your innovation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 08, rent lease office accommodation and storage, 8,350, 8,350,000. Is this how many locations this rent is for? And does this rent include your main head office and your location of your head office?
Yes, this rent the breakdown is for the rental of our head office at 1 Alexander Street. So that figure, that includes that. And as for how many buildings, where the other buildings, the exact number of them, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I could tell you that it does include for the rental of all of our facilities, including our 1 Alexander Street.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you. Minister, 0208, the rent. Could you tell us the monthly rent of 1 Alexander Place?
675,000 per month, 8,100 annually.
So that works out.
8 million, sorry.
So that, how much per year? Sorry?
8.1 million. per year.
Million. So the remaining, so yes, so most of the money is 1 Alexander.
Basically, yes.
Item 002, meteorological services. Item 005, electrical inspectorate. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Member for Chaguanas West.
You're on page 247?
We're on page 250. What?
Go ahead.
Item 002, meteorological services. Item 005, electrical inspectorate. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. We're on page 251. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 004, international bodies. Item 007, households. Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Chair, the Honourable Minister, the Utilities Assistance Program, I see you have a reduction in this program. This is the program in which the very poor are assisted. Could you give us an explanation why the decrease?
Well, again, I mean, the amount that we are talking about is just in keeping, almost in keeping with what it was for the estimated figures. It's just a very small, a small drop.
Okay.
So therefore, based on what it is we did the year before and what we think that we'll be doing this year, yes, it's about 43,000, but I mean, we are by and large looking at doing about the same.
And then item 08, through you, Madam Chair, refunds to TNTech rebate. I see that there is you had an allocation of a revised estimate in 2018 of 70,000, but there's a reduction to 70 million, but there's a reduction to 50 million in 2019. Could you explain that
All right.
reduction?
Okay, and I mean, in 28, about 20 million really was as a result of a carry forward. So the amount that was actually spent in 2018 was about 50. Part of it was really to settle for the previous year, and hence the reason why we are going for 50 again this year.
Member for Kamutu Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, on line item 06 and 08, would you be able, not at this time, but would you be able to advise how many persons benefited from the rebate? How many persons were able to successfully apply for rebate as well as the UAP program, please?
All right, okay. In 2018, there were TNTech, from a TNTech, under the Utility Assistance Program, all right? Under TNTech, we had 1,299 beneficiaries. And under the WASA program, we had 12,284 beneficiaries. Under the Water Tank Assistance Program, you had 19 beneficiaries. or under the solar panel assistance program, you had 4 beneficiaries.
Member for Shigona Cease.
Madam Chair, my question was taken already.
Member for Caroni Central.
Yes. 1102, solid waste management.
We haven't
Oh,
reached there
you
yet,
haven't gotten
please.
there, sorry.
All right, so can we move on? Item 009, other transfers. Is that where you are? No, you're at 011. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister, under other transfers 00904, Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation. This year, you transferring or you're given 79.2 million. Could the Minister state how many employees are at the TT Post presently? Yeah, currently.
1,018 employees at TT Post.
1,018. Are there any plans for next year to have any attrition or any severing of employment?
No, actually, we recognize that. I mean, TT Post, there's a lot of vacancies there. Some of this money is to help in filling some of that vacancies. Some of this money is also because of the revenue reduction that has been happening because of digitization of that company, less mail coming in. So that's why the expenditure. But they have some key positions that they have not been able to fill, hence the slight increase in subventions that we have to give them.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, I am still on line item 04. Do you have any significant plans or projects to utilize this increase of 4.2 million for the benefit of communities and households?
Well, the major reason for the 4.2 million was really as a combination of things. One of the major ones is the fact that the company is actually getting less revenue. So they're projected to get less revenue because people are not utilizing mail services as much. So that 4.2 increase in subvention is as a result of that. They have some other projects. There's some personal expenditure that some physicians that they do need to fill. There's some materials and supplies and some office accommodations. So it's really a lot of recurrent work inside there. I don't think there's any major expansion of any new services that we are looking to do. So as I said, that increased subvention is as a result of the drop in revenue that the company is actually going to be achieving.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Chair, item 02, Water Resource Management Unit. There is an allocation of $1 million. What is the status of this change that you promised in your manifesto to make?
Well, again, we are putting $1 million there because we have promised it, and we are looking towards that best practice of moving the water resource management out of separating them from WASA, and we are looking towards making that happen this year, and hence that particular allocation.
Chaguanas West.
Yeah, item 03, I see that there, after the $2 million in 2018, and there's no revised estimate in 2018, the Waste Recycling Management Authority has fell by the wayside.
Well, no, it hasn't fell by the wayside at all, because we consider that to be very important and very strategic. We're just putting the responsibility for the recycling. They've now moved that into SWIMCAL, and if you look at the allocations for SWIMCAL, you will see a little bit more money going in there to manage that particular part of the operations.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, to the Minister, I continue to hear you indicate that there is the need to fill some vacancies at TT Post. Will this be in the bargaining unit where there's a recognized majority union, or outside of the bargaining unit, and how many vacancies are you planning to fill?
Well, there are a number of vacancies presently at TT Post. That's an operation. I mean, the actual number of vacancies range based on what is there. Is close to over 100 vacancies at TT Post, and they are under the allocation of the company, which is in the company's structure, which is all will fall under, I suspect, the bargaining unit.
Blair, you could provide that information with the specific numbers and so on?
Well, I'm saying the number of vacancies, I could tell you the number of vacancies as per what you would like to find out exactly, which are the ones that they are looking to fill.
Well, for the information of this particular meeting, if you need time, you could always provide it.
Not certain what you want.
The minister indicated, Madam Chair, that TT Post is in the process of filling, or they have vacancies to fill. I asked the question, how many vacancies, and in whether they fall in the bargaining unit or outside of the bargaining unit. A very simple question.
Okay.
And I was trying to get the numbers.
And the number of vacancies that you have is 124, and I will have to then tell you whether they are in the bargaining unit or outside of the bargaining unit. I will
Right.
give that to you, no problem.
Member for Carney Central, are you on 009 or you or 011?
Yeah, I want to ask one question on 009.
Okay, member for Carney Central.
18, 19, 20, and 21. Is Tech fully responsible for this, or is there a government guarantee? Or government involvement of any kind?
Are you dealing specifically with 14?
20 and 21.
The bonds, they're all the same date, 18 to 26.
They are all government guaranteed.
All government guaranteed.
Yes.
Okay.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises.
Kind of answered the question. I wanted to know what justifies the $35 million increase to solid waste management. He hinted that it might involve the Waste Recycling Management Authority.
At 011?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that the only
Yes,
reason?
yes, I mean, yes.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, is there any outstanding sums of money being owed to employees of the Solid Waste Management Company Limited, which have been realized via the collective bargaining process? Yes, ma'am.
Outstanding money owed to the solid waste, I will,
Employees,
employees,
yes.
I think I will need to get back to you on that. I'm hearing, but I mean, then I'm hearing a figure of 2.4 million that is owed, but I will need to get some more details.
And could you provide for what collective bargaining period and so on?
Yes, yes.
I would
So
appreciate.
let me get back to you on that particular
Thank you
one.
very much.
Member for Shogunas East.
Madam Chair, Honorable Minister, might you be able to tell us about the level of success you have achieved since the budget made mention of the previous budget with respect to the tire recycling program?
Where are we?
Line item 02, Solid Waste Management Company Limited.
Is that under this head or under the development program?
Well, I'm not seeing anything on the development on it.
But
Check, please.
And that's it. Sorry?
Under the Ministry of Planning and
there?
Development, you would see that.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards, page 253. We're going on to a new book. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 51, Water and Sewage Authority, subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration, page 199. Member for Shogunas West.
Salaries, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. There is a significant reduction from the 2018 revised estimate of $609,160,000 to the 2019 estimate of $306,100,000. $1,000. It is a 50% reduction. Could the Honorable Minister explain this reduction?
Okay, well, basically, it's almost a reallocation in a different particular area. There are 303, the 303.1 decrease is primarily a result of the reclassification of the 1,983 contract employment under goods and services, which was previously reported under personal expenditure. So you had monthly paid plus long-term contracts in it before, and now all we have in that particular area is the monthly paid employees, and we have the contract employees. If you look at further down, when we reach there, you will see that particular area has also gone up by over $200 million.
Could you guide me what line item?
So if, for example, you go to contract employment, under page 196.16 heading, you see that move from 37 to 237.
So that is 0216?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So there is no plan for staff reduction then?
No. There is some employees that are leaving via attrition, and therefore those reduction, that slight difference is really people who are then leaving the organization via attrition.
Item 02, wages and, through you, Madam Chair, wages and COLA, including leave pay, there is a reduction of, a decrease of 10 million. What is that? Is this a policy of attrition?
I mean, the reduction of 10 million is due to an increase of 87 daily paid workers filling monthly paid vacancies. So again, this was this is so it's a shifting of the classifications of the workers.
Okay.
Kumutu Manzinolo, you have a question?
Yes. Madam Chair, I just want to confirm that this continues on page 200, right? So I can go to page 200, line item number 68, water trucking. And I'm asking,
What was that?
no,
Water trucking?
68, water
Yes.
trucking, yeah. If the Honorable Minister can indicate whether
Which one?
this is in fact adequate in light of the fact that we have had several instances of water not being supplied and persons requiring water trucking, and it has not been adequate at all. And also on line item 69, road reinstatement.
Do you allow the minister to see whether he can
Sure.
answer your first question?
So under water trucking page, and I just want to make sure that I'm on my water trucking. Yes, we are putting some money into water trucking, and again, within our budget constraints, we are looking at dealing in that particular service as efficiently as we can. And that is page 199, number 68 heading.
To page 200,
All right.
line
okay.
item 68.
68, okay. And the other question,
Line item 69, in light of the increase in the allocation given to this sub-item, what changes can be anticipated for residents such as myself, my constituency who has serious problems with road reinstatement after works have been done?
well, the idea is we have increased we have gotten some money and additional money put into that particular area, and the idea would be, of course, we are heavy on trying to fix a number of leaks, and we would be trying to fix the roads, or have put some money to be allowed for that to happen at a quicker rate.
So therefore, Honorable Minister, we can anticipate that as a leak is repaired, the road will be almost instantaneously repaired.
Well, I would not go as far as saying that that will always happen, because we are trying to fix over 2,600 leaks, and leaks continue to come up because of the aging infrastructure that we have inherited. and therefore I can't guarantee. But what it is that we are putting a little bit more money for the fixing of the leaks, because we're looking at also going to a heavy NRW program with leaks and so forth. So hopefully we'll be able to address them in a much more timely manner going forward.
Bonus West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to return to page 199, but before I do so, I want to piggyback on my colleague, the member for Kumoto Manzanilla, questions on water trucking. Could the Honourable Minister indicate the monies owed to water trucking contractors, provide a listing of the contractors and the monies owed to those contractors?
That one, I will have to get that one, provide that one to you in
Okay,
writing.
similarly, road reinstatement contractors, a listing of them and the monies owed. Because it is my understanding, Minister, utilizing those line items, that they have a series of litigation. And could you, as a result of why water trucking contractors and road restoration contractors at the Water and Sewerage Authority, could the Honourable Minister, with respect to give a listing of the litigation and the monies owed and the attorneys hired by the Water and Sewerage Authority and the fees paid to those attorneys?
All right, so this is...
Just provided subsequently. I don't expect you to have that information.
We under what line item, 23?
It is on road restoration, it is 68 and 69.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Minister. Minister may not be totally familiar with the organizational structure of WASA. And you noted that the 303 million decrease in relation to
Member, could you give me the line item,
16
please?
contract employment. I see that there's an increase of 200 million as it relates to contract employment.
Yes. Yeah.
Could you elaborate on this in terms of, for this meeting, how this 200 million is going to be utilized as it relates to contract employment, as opposed to the establishment in the respective collective bargaining units and so on within WASA?
All right, so do you have the list of the employees at WASA for me? Really, let me be clear that
Yeah.
this is not there was a category of workers who WASA previously had all lumped together, i.e. the amount of monthly paid permanent employees and long-term contract employees. They were on contract, and everything was put in one. What we have now done is to put the monthly paid employees into one particular category and the contract employees in another category. So this is not new contract employees that we are going to hire. These are existing contract employees that instead of pooling it as one and coming up with 600 and something, you now have 300 one place and 200 and something one place, and you get close to 600. The difference is really you have some people that are leaving the organization, and the objective is really to try to not fill some of those vacancies and bring that cost down.
So this 200 million will cater for how many contract employees?
All right. How many is in that particular category? Okay. The actual amount that would be filled in that particular category, because as I said, you have contracts that are long-term contracts, and then there are some that are more short-term contracts, and they're used in different areas. If you want me to give you the number that will be paid by that particular category, I'll have to get that one back for you, rather than trying to calculate it now.
And
Right.
could you
Go ahead.
could you provide, because I hear the term long-term contracts and short-term contracts, could you differentiate for the meeting what you mean by long-term contracts as opposed to short-term in terms of duration?
Well, I think for the purposes of this meeting, long-term contracts, I would say, are people that are over 1 to 3 years.
Over 1 to 3 years.
Yes. And the amount of, I'm getting the figure that you are asking for is about 1,983 employees under that contract particular category.
And they don't fall in, these people, or these employees, don't fall into any bargaining unit within WASA?
No? No.
No. Okay, thank you very much.
Member for Old Bush West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, looking at 02, goods and services, page 199, line item 12, materials and supplies. I'm seeing the materials and supply has increased to 97 million. Can you account for what might be the reason for this drastic increase?
This category represents expenses related to the purchase of desalinated water. There is a back payment or payments that are owed to the desal water, and we are looking at making a lump sum payment towards those arrears payments.
And line 23, fees. What specific activities paid itemized as like 2-3 as fees?
Fees.
Yeah.
I mean, this category represents estimated fees in several areas and payments to external attorneys to defend the authorities' provisions of legal advice, settlement of judgment with respect to litigation matters in the High Court and in the Magistrate Court.
Member for Shogunas West.
Chair, with respect to item 12, material and supplies raised by my colleague, it has been brought to my attention that a lot of material, couplings and so on, are in short supply. Is the Minister aware of that? And if there's going to be, under this item, there's going to be an increased amount of materials to fix the leaks arising from this allocation?
If I'm aware, yes, Emma.
That there's a shortage?
Yes.
Could the Minister indicate under the fees, the listing of the attorneys employed by the Water and Sewage Authority and the fees paid to them and for the litigation being pursued?
That will have to be provided subsequently.
And line item 43, security services, there is an allocation on the 2019 estimates of 74,244,000. Could the Honorable Minister indicate the listing of the contractors who provide these security services and the monthly allocation to them?
Sure.
Member for Point-a-Pear.
When I get to 009, other transfers.
Very good. Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 69, road reinstatement, WASA. Could the Minister tell us the level of coordination with the Ministry of Works and Transport and other agencies so that you schedule your repairs and consequently your road reinstatements to not coincide with the happening just after the roads are repaired and paved?
I'm not going to allow that kind of question on this exercise. Thank you. Subhead 03, minor equipment services. Purchases, sorry. Item 001, general administration. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Point-a-Pear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 02, settlement of claims. It's estimated budgeted for $6 million 2019. Could the Minister elucidate what kind of claims are being settled here?
Well, as of the 31st of August 2018, the authority had approximately 119 claims, which was estimated at about $6 million. And this is what we are catering, this is what we're basically catering for.
But
at
what
this
sort of
point.
claims would have, are these from the public? Is it from?
Well, I mean, there are various. The claims include claims for personal injury claims, damages to property, crops and vehicles, wrongful disconnections, and excessive billings, industrial relations matters, also resulted in claims that all these types of miscellaneous claims.
Thank you.
55, Regulated Industries Commission, Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, page 219. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration, pages 219 to 220. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund, page 88. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, page 88 to 92. Member for Point Appeal.
Would it apply under National Street Lighting Program? Is it okay to go there?
But if you could just give me the item.
581, 581. 581 on page 88.
581 National Street Lighting Program, yes.
Can I have? Okay, thank you. Minister, under this development program, National Street Lighting Program, could you indicate when this project will begin? Or is this let me ask you, when this project will begin?
This is a program that is ongoing. It was previously funded via T&Tech internally generated funds, and there are some projects that are now going to be utilized to be dealing with this particular program.
It's an ongoing.
Yes, it's an ongoing program. It commenced actually. Yes.
Member for Chaguanas West.
My colleague asked the question.
Member for Chaguanas East, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, this line item 581, National Street Lighting Program, is there a concern in terms of the spares for replacement? Sometimes when we make reports, they're telling us that you don't have the spares to repair these street lights. Is that a realistic concern?
Well, I mean, from time to time, inventory management is always something that we have to deal with. But I mean, it's not a major concern. We do attempt to try to address most of the issues that come from this for street lighting repairs.
Will this be a sufficient allocation?
Yes, we feel that this should be sufficient.
Okay. And if I may go on to line item 586, Madam Chair.
My item is
586.
586.
Yeah. There are a number of recreation grounds where you have poor lighting now as a result of, bulbs not being maintained or repaired and so on. The lighting facilities, is this going to come under this allocation for improvement works?
Yes, this is lighting of parks and recreation grounds, and I suppose where they require some degree. A lot of this is really going to be for the new grounds that we're going to be lit, but it will also take some of them that needs to be changed, bulbs and so forth. This will also be handled there.
How do we ensure as a constituency that we get on the priority list where these things are very necessary? For example, in my constituency of Enterprise, just a question, how do we get in the priority for areas that may be termed high risk?
Well, you know, what we try to do, we try to look at the list of constituencies that have already have a lot of grounds that have been lit. And where there are constituencies that with less grounds that have been lit, we kind of look at those areas. So there are a number of things that we do, but I could assure you that, you know, there are lots of...
I'm being reminded by my colleague that it's P&M grounds first. But just Honorable Minister.
Order, I'm happy for the little light move, but please let's stick to the business. We have plenty work to do. Yes, member for Shagona Sisa, you finished?
Yeah, I'm okay, ma'am.
Okay, member for Couva North.
Line item 593, the electrification program. I see in 2019 there's an estimate of 3 million. Minister, can you give some clarification on this program, considering that in 2017 and 2018 there was no budgeting for it?
Yes. Well, in again, a lot of these programs were funded via internally generated funds. In 2018, there were 16 projects completed that had about 53 beneficiaries. 38 projects were approved with a total of 404 beneficiaries. We do expect that the program going forward will impact about 150 households and communities based on the projects that we have that were approved that needs to be executed.
Okay. Thank
Member
you.
for Point of Pair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions. Minister, line item 583, development of disaster preparedness capabilities in TNTech. 2018, you had $1 million budgeted, and this year is $12.6 million. What is the cause for this steep budget allocation in 2019 in respect to this line item?
Well, again, you know, TNTech has been building capacity, especially with regard to disaster preparedness. One of the things that we also one of the things that were purchased under this item before was these big trailers that was able to provide generating facilities in case of lights going, when lights go out. What we are looking at purchasing this year is a amphibious vehicle, or two amphibious vehicles. This is a vehicle that will allow for you to get into flood waters rather than, and we have to wait now until they subside, so that we'll be able to restore disaster areas with flood. We'll be able to restore them to electricity at a lot faster rate.
Very good. And a follow-up question, Madam Chair, in line 586, the lighting of parks and recreational grounds. You had mentioned was lighting of new grounds. Could you, if you don't have the list, you could provide us a listing of the new grounds that are designated to be lit in 2019 under this head, 586, please? The parks and recreational grounds. You had said there were new grounds that they were going to light up in 2019.
There are 10. We are estimating 10 grounds to be lit in 2019.
Do you have the locations? If you don't have it, you could provide it in writing.
Upon request, we could be provided.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 592, new bulk power projects, an allocation of 7 million. What is this about?
This one. $592?
Yeah.
Really, this is to complete work at the Westmoreland substation and the Ryson Road Bamboo Bamboo circuit.
Okay. And item 597, Madam Chair, with your permission, I take it that the Cove project is now completed because the expansion of generating capacity in Tobago, the allocation for revised estimate for 2018 was 94 million. So it's completed.
Yes, that project is completed. Project was successfully completed, and we are up to capacity in Tobago, ready for expansion.
Princess Town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 596, the replacement of aging transmission infrastructure. In 2018, with an allocation of 2 million, we see that in 2019, 14,800,000 has been appropriated. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether or not with this particular sum identified, whether the project will be completed?
The deliverables, we are looking at doing some work in rehabilitating in the Tabaquite, Rio Claro area, circuits in all right. Point Lisa, St. Mary.
The Attorney General has come in, he's brought a
installed in
certain energy
1970.
into the room, for which I'm grateful. But I would just like us really to settle down and get on with the business. Thank you for the energy, AG. Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, thank you. Yes.
Minister, can you
Minister of
continue?
Public Utilities.
Huh? So, I mean, what I'm saying that there are a number of projects, right, that requires aging transmission infrastructure, and it's important for TNTech to be constantly investing in maintenance and making sure those projects are up to mark, and therefore this money here would be spent in those particular areas.
Member for Princess.
Thank you, Madam. Honourable Minister, with respect to line item 583, development of the disaster preparedness capabilities in TNTech. I was appreciative of the answer you gave. I just wanted to have a further appreciation of whether or not TNTech was engaged in any other ministry or any other external party in terms of technical cooperation and advice in this particular area. Are you getting help from external other ministries or any international organizations with respect to the level of preparedness if you're instituting this particular program in terms of technical advice and cooperation?
Yes, there's a particular program, APPA, APPA. It's an external in the US that we do get some advice on. And we do liaise with what is happening. There's, of course, collaboration with a number of other ministries as exactly from a disaster preparedness program, what exactly is needed to deal with in the case of a disaster in the country and making sure that we are ready to play our part.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. With respect to this particular program, is there a cohesion with this particular program and Ministry of National Security as it relates to having a symbiotic relationship with all state agencies, seeing that this is a particularly new program that's coming on stream?
Well, you know, again, everything that we try to do as a government, we all try to work together as a team. And therefore, yes, there are lots of collaborations between what is happening in national security, what is happening in local government, when we work together as a team.
Caroni Central.
Yes, Chair. 585, production and delivery of bulk power. There's a significant increase there. Can you explain what it involves? You have 4 million, and then 21.
Well, this project entails the construction of 18 substations, and what we are looking at doing here is that there have been some land acquisitions that was happened in that corridor when the first line was passed, and we are looking to negotiate and settle some of those outstanding matters.
Okay. Is 591 related to that? Or is that separate and distinct?
Well, again, so there is, again, that same corridor trying to build the capacity and build a second line also. Right. And therefore, we have some outstanding matters after we put the first line in. And then we are also trying to deal with new matters to build the second line.
Okay.
Member for Faizabad.
Minister, regards to the line item 589, illumination of public spaces, and the allocation of $2 million. Can you indicate
constitutes a public
what spaces you're looking at? Is this an extension of an ongoing program?
Again, we could, again, upon request, the actual, we are looking at about 12 public spaces, and I could then provide
Provide a
them for you.
list,
Provide a list to you of what we are what are some of the spaces that we are looking at.
I'm just thinking, this is just a suggestion. I'm presuming that this will help in terms of security and so on. Are you satisfied that this allocation is sufficient for what you would want to achieve in 2019 in the current circumstances?
Well, you know, we have to manage one purse, and I mean, of course, we feel yes, we are. The simple answer is yes. It will take us along the path.
Is there a criteria or policy for determining which public spaces will be lit? Or priority order?
Well, we do take requests coming from the ministry, and then when we look at the requests and we look at it, we will then put them
Minister,
forward.
thank you for that answer.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, page 90, line item 022, Well Development Program. Oh,
No. The item we are looking at, we are under economic infrastructure, which takes us from 88 to 92. Member for Couva North.
all right, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Minister, page 90, line 22, Well Development Program. I see this as a new project for 19 million fiscal 2019. Can you explain a little bit about this?
Well, development program, what number? 90002, yes? 022. Well, as you know, I mean, one of the ways to try to increase the whole water situation, there's a constant need to be drilling and exploring new wells. So we are constantly looking to try to explore new groundwater facilities. We have some of the wells, especially, we have looked at some areas in Santa Cruz. We have looked at Granville. There's a particular wells down in the Chatham area that we have identified throughout that we are looking at increasing water production. That's part of alleviating, the plan to alleviate the water situation in Trinidad and Tobago.
Minister, how many wells you intend to develop with 19 million for fiscal 2019?
2, 4, 5. About 6 at this point in time.
Whoa, 6 wells.
6 wells. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item, going back a little bit to line item 586, which is parks and recreation grounds. Honorable Minister, under that line item, there's a particular recreation ground, Housing Village recreation ground, that there's some issues with it. If under this line item, if it could be addressed, please. Thank you.
Member, didn't you give an undertaking to give a list then? Yeah.
I don't want a listing, Madam Chair. It's a situation with it. It's already lit, but there's a situation regarding it being.
Please bring send your request or send what is your situation to me. And,
Member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
Chair. Minister, page 89, under Postal Services, line item 003, Postal Code and S42 addressing system. In the past few years, the numbers have been small, and 2019 is $2.7 million. What's the reason for this increase in this particular line item, and what is envisioned for this year in 2019?
well, you know, this project has been around for a little while, this whole postal code system, and and we are really looking to bring this project to an end. It is winding down. It's about 80% complete, and we're looking to just close it off by the end of this year.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 006, the upgrade of the Carsonfield Water Treatment Plant. In 2017 and 2018, sums were spent. Yes. In 2019, an allocation of $2 million. Could the Honorable Minister indicate whether or not this sum represents the amount needed to complete the upgrade of the Carsonfield Water Treatment Plant?
Yes.
Sugarnas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item on page 90, 007, non-revenue water reduction, an allocation of 10 million. What are the elements of this non-revenue water reduction program?
Which one is it? Where is it?
Find out if he knows.
The elements of this particular program, well, as you know, I mean, we have a lot, and you're probably shaking your head because you're saying $10 million wouldn't take you that far. And the reality is we do need to spend a lot more. This is a first phase of about a 5-year program that we hope to get, trying to deal with bringing down non-revenue water. Non-revenue, the estimates continue to be in the vicinity of about 50%. We are looking in this case of again, part of fixing the program is procuring some heavy equipment so that we could utilize some of the labor that we have in-house to try to fix some of the leaks that we have. So part of the money is going to go there. And then also there are lots of transmission lines where we identify some of our transmission lines, when we get a series of leaks coming out of the program line, we know we need to change those lines. And therefore, this money is going to go to try to change approximately 2 kilometers of lines now. There are lots more lines that have passed that criteria that needs to be changed, and therefore it is a program that we hope to increase over time as funds become available.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 91, a line item under water and sewage, desilting and rehabilitation of Hillsborough Dam in Tobago, an allocation of $10 million. What is the status of this project?
This project has gone out for tender. We are opening tenders now, and we are looking at issuing a tender and having some significant impact on this particular project in 2019.
Member for Point of Pear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 90, Minister, under major water sources, line item 20, I'm asking on behalf of my colleague Aruka Maloney. The Aruka well development, $1 million was budgeted in 2018, no revised estimate, and another $1 million is now estimated in 2029. Was anything done in the Aruka well development for 2018? I know you can ask a question, so.
This is the one with site acquisition. So we are doing some right now with that, but I mean, of course, the Aruka well development is very important to us. It requires some site acquisitions that needs to be done, and we are looking at doing that in 2019. And then we need some infrastructural work, and those are what we're looking to do in 2019.
So nothing was done in 2018?
No.
Member for Faisabad.
Chair, Minister, page 90, item 004, construction of Avocat wells, allocation of $882,000. Can you indicate how far we are from completion of this project?
Where we are drilling on equipment of. So in 2019, we're looking about the drilling and equipment of 1 observation well, all right? That is what we hope to achieve with this construction of the Avocat. We will be drilling and equipment of 1 observation well in 2019 with this allocation.
Right. Can you indicate, what you expect from the project, the scope of the project?
Well, based on after when we do the observation well and the information that we get from it, then we will then be in a better position to know exactly what it is, what we could get, and move towards the next phase of drilling the production well and equipping the production well.
Thank you.
Right? But our eyes are on it.
Member for Princestown.
It was asked already, ma'am.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on page 92. Item 002, Residential Electrification Assistance Program. Madam Speaker, there is no allocation in 2019. This is a program in which you assist the poor.
You're, what you said, residential electrification?
Yeah.
All right, so, let's just go to there. Item 004, social infrastructure. Member for Chaguanas West.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Residential Electrification Assistance Program is a program to help the very poor and the indigent. I noticed that there has been no allocation in 2019. Could the Honorable Minister explain or whether it has been moved to some other section?
What we were proposed to do, we will continue this program, but we will vary from the EPA and the REAP program to fund the program.
And what will be the allocation in that instance then?
In keeping with what was done the year before, which was about 1 million.
Yeah.
Member for Chaguanas West.
If I may be allowed, because this is of a recurrent nature, this was specifically moved to a recurrent expense, because rather than it being a project, it is no longer a project. It is something that has been occurring consistently over a period of time, and in an attempt to move projects that have some age off the development program, we have started putting them into the recurrent. So these expenses would be met from the recurrent expenditure.
Okay.
So it's going to be dealt with under recurrent.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Chair, I'm on page 93 now. I noticed that
Okay, 1 minute, please. Member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
Page 93.
All right, so, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Chair, line item 45, the development of a water resource agency. I see that there is no allocation. There was no allocation in 2018 and 2019. What is the status of this project? I see in the previous there's an allocation for water resource unit.
As I said before, at that time, the best practice, we are looking at implementing best practice of removing that particular, the separation from WASA, and we'll be doing that. Whether or not that will be a water resource agency is not necessarily, that might be the way to do it, but we are implementing best practice to remove it. So it's not necessarily going to go under this heading.
Sure. So you're changing the frame of your manifesto?
I think the manifesto talked about best practice being put in place, and I think I continue to say that we will maintain best practice.
Okay, I'll leave that alone. Item 047, item 049, and item 051, Madam Chair. All these matters, I noticed that you have an allocation for 47 of 160,000 for an integrated water security program for Tobago, development of a water supply drought management of 269,000, and the development of a water supply management plan. Honorable Minister, these are matters used to be done in-house within the Water and Sewage Authority without the allocation, and I'm certain on an annual basis you have a water supply drought management plan. Why is there the need now for allocations separate and apart from utilizing the talent of the Water and Sewage Authority?
Well, I think it was the advice, or looking at coming out of the management, they felt that it is good to look outside, to look and see what it is that we could get outside for this particular advice, and they felt that it would have been in their best interest, based on the resources that they have, to use this to get this, to outsource this particular matters.
Pointe-a-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 61061, Community Water Improvement Programs for $5 million. Can the Minister indicate which communities will benefit from this project in 2019, this $5 million?
But basically, the communities are really going to be communities that have, I could provide a list of some of the communities, but the communities are really communities where the water supply is probably 1 at best or 0 in some areas. So I could give you the list.
Yeah, just call out a
Ask
few.
them. Right? Arima.
Arima.
All right, at the Aripo area, Aruka Maloney,
Again, how well you want.
Labre, and then there are some particular areas, surprisingly, in the Monrepo area in San Fernando. There's some work there. Toco, Sandy Grande, Matura, Valencia, Sandy Grande area. Point Forte, the Icacas area. So, I mean, I'm just giving you some examples of where some of these.
Okay, so order. Order. Ms. Minister, are you finished? Yes. All right. Member for Faisabad.
Minister, page 94, item 011, Public Sector Recycling Program, Phase 2. Can you give us an idea of what that 1 million allocation will achieve in 2019?
We have, this is a program, the public sector recycling, that we have actually started. We have 10 ministries that are involved in the public sector recycling. It involves training, having recycling wardens, putting bins out, getting people recycling at work. So we have 10 ministries, and the plan is to expand to include 14 other ministries. So at the end, we will basically have a program that in public sector recycling of bottles and so forth for about 24 ministries.
So this is just a planning aspect, not yet operationalization.
No. In 10 of these ministries, we actually have the program actually in place in 10 particular ministries now, where we have wardens, where people are actively recycling their bottles, where they're being collected, right, etc.
Member for Chaguanas East.
You get a chance.
Well, I see you went on to the other page, so I don't know if I have passed now. Okay.
Member for
But
Chaguanas East.
it was line item 061, and for the answer of the question, Minister, the Community Water Improvement Program, you said at sometimes 0 or 1. What are the things you intend to do to ensure that you up the ante for these?
Well,
how will the monies be expended?
Well, there are a number of, a lot of these, in these particular areas, the issues why they don't have water varies. A lot of it is because of piping that is required to get to them, to get to the particular areas. So the money will be spent there. In some areas, it require a booster to get the water to get to the particular area, to increase the pressure to the particular areas. So there are a number of initiatives, small initiatives for a lot of small people who are having great difficulties right now and suffering from very minimal or no water supply at this point in time. So it's a combination of projects.
Member for Oropouche West.
Honorable Minister, line 057, I'm seeing it's a new project. Upgrade of network switching infrastructure. What does that entail?
Switching infrastructure. All right, this is at the head office, and this is the restoration of a reliable ICT system. Right now, our ICT structure at the head office, we are having some challenges, and therefore we have to stabilize it. We have to implement some new as you said, some new switches and infrastructure work in the ministry itself.
So I presume 059 is likewise the private cloud solution?
Yes, yes, both together.
West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 003 on page 93, meteorological area, the procurement of a fully configurable international civil aviation organization compliant automated airport weather system. This was an ongoing project. Is it completed? No, because I see no allocation for it.
Yes, completed.
Because it was ongoing. And similarly, in item 07 on page 94, establishment of a waste recycling management authority. There was an allocation in 2018, revised estimate of 510 instead of $1 million. What is the status of this matter?
Well, as I said before, we have decided, we are looking at the the responsibility under the Waste Recycling Management Authority. The functional responsibility is going to be done under swim call, all right? And therefore, those functions are going to be handled under swim call, hence the increased allocation to swim call for staffing of some of the areas and so forth. So that is being handled by swim call.
But Chair, through you, what is the legislative regime that are going to govern this recycling? Because SWIMCAL current legislation does not provide for that kind of regime to enforce the separation of the waste.
We will be coming with a legislative agenda to deal with that particular issue in this, hopefully, this year.
Infrastructure Development Fund, page 199. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure Member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go straight to line item, Minister F008, Development of New Water Sources, Phase 1, Maraval and Environs. Can the Minister elaborate on this program and inform us what exactly will happen under this project?
Again, as you're aware, in these particular areas, these are very high density areas, and the water supply in these particular areas, especially Maraval and environs and northwest Trinidad and Tobago, you're having serious problems with water coming down as serious as zero for years, as my colleague is. So we are looking in this particular area, all right, that there are a number of wells that require drilling of new wells. There are rehabilitation of existing wells in that particular area. There is some aspect of to be able to measure bulk metering that needs to happen in those particular areas so you can manage the flow. So those are the particular that is the nature of the projects. Rehabilitation of existing wells, construction of new wells in the particular area, all geared towards improving the water supply by about 2 million gallons per day in that area.
Can I then tie that back in, Minister, to line item 005B, 005 Integrated Water Improvement Program, Northwest Trinidad for $20 million. Could you describe how long this program will take and how many persons will benefit from this project, and when is the project due to start and when is it due to end?
Again, for basically the same reason as I said before, tying it, these particular areas in the northwest of Trinidad suffer greatly because they have been growing and ballooning with population growth, and therefore what we are looking for in those areas again is the drilling of new wells in the Tucker Valley area, the establishment of booster stations, upgrades in that particular area. Again, installation of bulk metering so that we could better manage and see where the flows are happening to better manage the NRW, and distribution and transmission pipelines. What we're trying to create are little areas or centers of excellence that we could try to fix the areas and ensure that we increase the supply. We hope that this will benefit over 100,000 individuals.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item under other water projects at page 199, the multi-phase wastewater rehabilitation program. This will be dealing with the Malabar and the San Fernando wastewater. Honorable Minister, these projects started together. My understanding from the PSIP is that the Malabar project is almost 92% completed, but the San Fernando project is only 50% completed. And you will recall, Honorable Minister, prior to your assumption of office, the San Fernando project had an increase, notwithstanding it was a fixed price contract of $19 million. The question that I have to ask now is, why is the San Fernando project so delayed, having regard to the level of movement at the Malabar project, which is almost complete?
Well, to start with, yes, you are correct. The Malabar project has been successfully brought to conclusion, and it will be up and ready probably clearly by the end of the year. The San Fernando project has had a number of challenges. We have had a lot of challenges with regard to the contractor's ability to execute, and contractors that we inherited. But we have been working. It is now, I'm pleased to advise that it has moved from 50 to 60%. And we are working along with them. I think we are not looking at much more increases, but it is about the execution, and we are managing it from a cost perspective. But I must say, it has not been, we would have liked to have both projects completed around the same time. But I'm not seeing, at this point, we are managing it from a cost perspective. So it's a time, and time is money, but our hands are in the lion's mouth, and we are pulling it out slightly.
Thank you, Minister, for the verification of my knowledge. The fact of the matter, and just for this is for the honourable member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, these contractors were obtained through international bidding, utilizing IDB procurement. And Acciona Agua, which is the San Fernando contractor, is also has a history of bidding low and never finishing. But these are the realities.
Well, so you are confirming that we kind of inherited these contractors?
No.
Item
IDB procurement.
05, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members. Member for Chaguanas West.
Water supply to Labitco and Union Industrial Estate, an allocation of $29 million. Line item 06. This project is completed, or it will be completed, and is the Labitco Estate going to be part of the water improvement rate that you'll have to eventually come to the House and the Parliament for?
Well, in the answer to the second question, yes, we'll have to come to the Parliament for that. And this project, with this money, we hope to get this project completed this year.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,952,369,000 for Head 39 Ministry of Public Utilities stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,952,369,000 for Head 39 Ministry of Public Utilities now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierce, and all your supporting members of your team. Sorry. We now go on to the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. And we are at page 372 of the recurrent expenditure. Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. 7, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, $777,862,000. I will now invite the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're all familiar with the structure of these accounts. We're going to be dealing with recurrent, the development program, and transfers relating to state enterprises and statutory bodies. So we're ready.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $777,862,000 for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $777,862,000 for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 372. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, line 01, salaries and cost of living allowances. How many vacant posts exist in the ministry?
Madam Chairman, I'll have to give that information in writing. I can tell you they're a substantial number.
Okay.
I didn't hear you, Minister.
It's a substantial number. I'll give it in writing.
Line 14, remuneration to members of cabinet appointed appointees. How many cabinet appointed appointees you got? Committees, yeah. How many?
Madam Chair, I'll have to give that information in writing.
All right. Line 29, overtime daily rated workers. Honorable Minister, what duties require overtime for daily rated workers?
Madam Chair, the Ministry provides services 7 days a week, and in some cases where we have livestock operations and things like that, you're required to provide round-the-clock support. So under the various collective agreements, there'd be need from time to time to incur overtime costs.
Which stations have livestock that you do on weekends that are actively in
We
operation?
have livestock operations at Mora Valley, Centeno, Aripo, and those are the major ones.
Item 002, Agriculture. Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister. Minister, could you explain why an increase of $7,271,469 in this particular line item?
What line item? Member.
Wages and COLA 02.
Thank you.
Well, the increase, member, will take into consideration increases which are due under the applicable collective agreements.
So that there has been what we would call settlement of agreements?
There have not been any settlement recently, but this would have been commitments given, and we would incur that cost on an annual basis.
Okay, but for what collective bargaining period then? If you said that...
I would have to give you that information in writing.
Member for Kamutu Mansinala.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, line item 06, I see there's no allocation. Is it taken up in line item 14 by chance?
If we do not have an allocation there for remuneration for board members, it means that there are no board members to pay. And if there is a board or a board appointed, then we have the ability to via funds to meet that cost.
Item 003, animal production and health.
Of living allowance. Again, Honorable Minister, if you could provide us with how many vacant positions?
Sure.
Item 004, horticulture. Item 006, surveys and mapping, Member Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see an increase of $800,000, Minister, under salaries and cost of living. Could you explain that, taking into consideration that if I could recollect that approximately a year ago, workers were sent home from this particular unit of the Ministry of Agriculture?
Member, with all due respect, I don't have a recollection like that. But I could tell you that the provision is made for the vacant posts which exist, which may be filled in this fiscal year.
And how many vacant posts?
I would give you that information in writing.
But at no point in time were workers sent home from the land, from the surveys and mapping division of the ministry?
At no point in the history of surveys and mapping, or at no point in a particular period.
Okay. Thank you.
Item 007, land management. Item 008, fisheries. Item 010, forestry. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, under 02001, general administration, 08, line 08, rent, office accommodation and storage. I'm seeing there's an increase of $276,000. Is there any plan to rent additional space or rooms or buildings?
That is to provide for rents which have accrued, which were not settled in the last financial year, but will be settled in this financial year.
Okay. And line 12, materials and supplies. We are seeing just a small increase from $225,000 to $250,000, an increase of $25,000. Is that sufficient for the ministry to perform its duties effectively for materials and supplies?
Well, this is not for the ministry. This is
under, yes, under
right, a particular area.
Yeah.
And if you look at the actual in previous years and the estimates, it is in line with the previous expenditure incurred. And in the event it has, we have extraordinary expenditure, there are mechanisms to deal with that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 01. Can you explain a decrease in traveling and subsistence, please?
01, traveling and subsistence. You want me to explain, member, what?
The decrease.
Again, it has to do with the estimates and the actual from before. And we believe that the 3 million, based on recent history, is sufficient to cover. But of course, there is an estimate, and again, I'd say there are mechanisms in the budgetary process to cover anything that is over.
Item 002, agriculture. Item 003, animal production and health. Item 004, horticulture. Item 006, surveys and mapping. Item 007, land management. Item 008, fisheries. Item 010, forestry. Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. Under 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. Minister, could you inform this meeting of the number of cabinet-appointed committees that are under your jurisdiction, and further to that, who are the members of these committees, and based on the increase of $450,000, are you or have you appointed more committees under your purview emanating out of cabinet decisions?
Madam Chair,
You give us an item number.
14, remuneration on
We
page
at page
3.
383.
383.
383.
Okay, we are page 383, I think, item 010.
Okay.
Member for Orotpush West.
Under 13 line item 28, other contracted services. Honorable Minister, what are these other contracted services? What does it entail?
Well, from time to time, the Forestry Division would have to engage contractors to provide different services, maybe to do minor repairs, other things like that. And the provision is meant to cover that eventuality.
And line item 13, maintenance of vehicles. How many vehicles for this increase of 350,000, and to which company currently maintains these vehicles?
I would have to provide that in writing, member.
To Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 43, security services. By chance, does this relate to the actual forestry security on the ground who are in place, or is this separate and apart from that?
Member, it is under the item forestry, and security services relate to the provision of security services to forestry establishments.
So can we expect that there will be more vigilance on the ground for a number of persons who have been experiencing? Well, that's why I'm asking, and you said, sir.
Are you finished, member?
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, agriculture. Item 008, fisheries. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. We are at page 384. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Member for Orotpush West.
Line 02, CADI, we are seeing there's an increase of close to $500,000. What is the status, or is this increase aligned really with the ministry's objective? Like what it is, this money is allocated for CADI, because I know CADI is involved in research and development, and knowing that the Ministry of Agriculture also has a research and development division.
Remember, CADI is a regional organization providing support for the entire region. The contribution to CADI is assessed based on a formula that they use, and Trinidad and Tobago pays its contributions as well as meet the cost of hosting CADI here. So while the ministry has its research and development, this is also in support of what happens in the region.
Okay, line 06, the 4-H Young Farmers Club. What is the status of this club?
In the sense of,
Do you have young persons involved in this?
it is the
Okay.
4-H Young Farmers Club, so the expectation is that we'll have young people in there. It is across the country. 4-H is very vibrant across primary schools around the country. And you would see that the minister has provided an increase because we would like to reach more schools around the country.
And 07, Animals Alive.
Again, this is an animal rescue program based in Oropouche in South Trinidad, and it has provided excellent work, the rescue of animals, and the allocation is 250,000.
And how many animals were rescued thus far?
Remember, I would
Period.
No, well, it's last
Members,
year to
please,
now.
members, please.
Madam Chair, this
Over what period?
outburst,
It's for the last year?
remember, if you
In 2018?
Yes.
Yes.
if you take my word for it, it numbers on average 400 to 500 animals, and of course the number fluctuates, but that is what it averages.
Okay.
Member for Couva North.
The question has been asked. Thanks.
Member for Naparima.
The question has been asked.
Okay. Yes.
Clubs.
Yes.
When I was young, it used to be pervasive in all schools, and we took part in it. Could you give us information in how many schools, primary in particular, schools are involved with 4-H clubs?
Okay, I will provide that in writing to you.
Yeah.
Item 007, households. Item 008, subsidies. Member for Kamuto Mansimina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 01, Agricultural Incentive Program. Can the Honorable Minister indicate why there is a decrease in this incentive, especially in light of the fact that there are farmers throughout the country that have been awaiting reimbursement for over 3 years?
Let me point out a few things for you. The first is that there's actually an increase in the allocation this year, but I'll explain it for you. If you look at the 2018 estimates, you would see, if you look at 2017, you would see the actual expenditure was 10 million. If you look at 2018, you'll see the estimates were 12 million.
I'd like to hear the Minister of Agriculture.
If you look at the revised estimates for 2018, you'll see 43 million. And that is because in the midterm, this Parliament approved an additional allocation to cover the events of last year with Brett and the October rains. So that this, in making the provision, we are not comparing 43 million to the previous year. We have actually provided 24 million, which is twice the amount provided in 2018.
Honorable Minister, we're dealing with line item 01, which is the incentive program.
Yeah.
If we're dealing with flood damage, there's line item 04, which I have a question for. So
No,
you cannot,
I am not
you
dealing
cannot
with
say-
flood.
You said that the money was given to deal with the victims
Right.
of Brett.
Yeah.
We're dealing with the agricultural incentive program.
Right, and
Which,
in the-
if you're saying that there were monies that were allocated in 2017 and 2018, which would have been inadequate, you cannot say that it is an increase because persons were not paid.
In the incentive, in the midterm review, there was an allocation by this Parliament for flood assistance and for the payment of incentives. And at the end of fiscal year 2018, the ministry paid out $53 million in flood assistance and incentives and subsidies. It means that for the first time in a very long time, we have come into this financial year without claims from previous years, and you would see that compared to 2018, the allocation this year is doubled.
Madam Chair, I have 3 years of reimbursements that are outstanding. However, I want to continue to line item 04, relief of flood damage.
Maybe you would like to ask a question.
Yeah, I'm going into
for
line
that,
04.
rather than that bold sort of statement.
Would you like me to read
Just ask the question with respect
to
to,
04?
no, the statement.
When would the minister be able to provide an answer to the farmers who have been awaiting for 3 years to be reimbursed for their incentive, under the incentive program for items that were purchased?
Okay, so the process as it is requires that the claims be submitted to the ministry. So if you have the claims, then I would suggest that you submit it to the ministry. But I could give you the assurance that claims for incentives and subsidies and flood assistance, which reached the ministry before the close of the last financial year, have been settled to the tune of $53 million. And the staff in the ministry have said to me it's the first time in their recollection that we have come into a new fiscal year with no claims. The positive news for you is that if you bring those claims into the ministry, your farmers will be first in line for the $24,364,000 allocated for this fiscal year. You'll actually be first in line.
All right. Member for Couva North.
Question has been asked, ma'am.
Member for Caroni Central. Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Yeah, and Honorable Minister, line item 04, again, there are requests, and can the Honorable Minister indicate when will specifically farmers from Plummeton and Fishing Pond receive their reimbursement for flood damage, please? Thank you.
At the end of the last fiscal, the ministry, as at 30th September 2018, paid out $9,674,343 to 607 farmers. Those were the claims which were received and approved. The fact that a farmer has suffered any sort of loss does not mean that the ministry would pay. There are rules and there are guidelines, and if those claims were not submitted, or if there are questions which can be resolved, those farmers would be in line, first in line to receive from the $9 million allocated for this fiscal, which is an increase over the $2 million which was estimated in the last fiscal, a $7 million increase.
Okay. Member for Naparima.
No, thank you. All I want is to reiterate, get the assurance that if we had sent in information, that we will be first in line, right? Because with respect to Dowlat Farm, I wrote to you with registered mail, so I'll bring the proof subsequently. And I'm thankful for the assurance. Thank you.
Item 009, other transfers. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 05, Minister, Tourism Development Facilities. I'm seeing an allocation for 2019 for 1.7 million, an increase by 513,000. Can you just tell me, identify these tourism development facilities?
The ministry has responsibility for various facilities which are essentially tourist facilities: Fort George, Lopino, San Fernando Hill, Waterwheel and Diego Martin, and this money is used to do ongoing upkeep. If you go around to these facilities, you would see the signs of the work, and we have an increase there which will allow us to do some additional work in this fiscal.
Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, my colleague asked the question.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 2, YAPA, any reason why no money was spent in 2018, and what do you plan to do with the 500,000 allocated in this fiscal?
Well, what we've done with YAPA, we have two approaches to YAPA. One is that some of the young people are absorbed in the 4-H program, the very young ones, and some of the persons who had been in YAPA are now part of the work that we do with young farmers, giving them special attention. And this new agri incentive that we've recently launched is focused, among other things, towards those people who had participated in YAPA or would have participated. And we feel that is a better approach to dealing with young farmers in the country.
Member for Oropouche West.
Minister, expansion and development of farmers market. Have you identified any of those markets?
Member, you'd be happy to know that we've expanded firstly by introducing a highly successful farmers market in Queen's Park, Savannah. Every Saturday, about 3,000 people pass through that market. We've introduced an extremely successful farmers market at the Ministries building in Chaguanas. If we allow that farmers market to expand tomorrow, it would expand fourfold. The member for Chaguanas East is a patron, and that has been a big success. We've introduced a farmers market on Harris Promenade in San Fernando. We've introduced a farmers market in Rio Claro. We've introduced one in Couva. We've upgraded what we have in Point Fortin and Diego Martin. On Sunday, I launched a farmers market in Valencia in a facility that had been suffering there for over 20 years. We continue to have demand for farmers market, and you'll continue to see the Minister of Finance allocate funding for those markets.
Item 010, other transfers abroad. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Member for Oropouche West.
Estate Management and Development Company Limited, I'm seeing an increase of close to $8.8 million. Can you give the justification for this, Honorable Minister?
Well, the increase, member, would be to meet the ongoing costs associated with operating the EMBD. It takes into consideration that because of the failure for 15 years to deal with the quarrying operations in EMBD, the revenue stream that came from that stopped because we stopped the quarrying. We put things right by ensuring that EMBD has the title to the land and, most importantly, the mining licenses. And EMBD is now getting ready to advertise those quarries on a secure footing, and this allocation is meant to compensate for the loss in revenue while they go through that period.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. New book. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 08, Agricultural Society of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration, page 515. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. 09, National Agricultural Marketing and Development Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 520. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, member for Couva North.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 16, contract employment. Minister, I'm seeing an increase by 1.2 million. Could you explain?
I previously pointed to the increases in the farmers market, and that comes with the need to contract personnel to work in those markets.
How many positions?
I'll have to give you that in writing.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 10, Cocoa and Coffee Industry Board. We are at page 528. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. 11, Zoological Society of Trinidad and Tobago. We are at page 533. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund, page 155. Item 001, pre-investment. Item 002, productive sectors. Member for Kamuto Manzanilla. Page 156 to 157.
Okay, I passed it. I was on 155.
Item 003, economic infrastructure. Pages 157 to 161. Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 069 on page 158. I see that you want to establish a land management authority. I'm asking, it's a new project. I'm asking, what's the difference between this line item and what is currently in place, and do you hope for an improvement?
Member, there have been at least 3 reports since 2015 from joint select committees of this Parliament dealing with the management of state lands. And a consistent view has been the need to centralize the management of state land into a new entity. And this provision is meant to explore and do the basic work required to deal with that matter of management of state lands.
When it is you expect to establish this authority, then, so seeing that it has been on the board for close to 4 years?
The idea of creating a special entity has been around for about 3 decades. This is the first time a line item has been put into the PSIP for the work to begin towards the creation of that entity in line with recommendations, including recommendations from 3 joint select committees between 2015 and now.
Number 4.
Line item 544, This is in my area, so obviously I would have particular interest in it as to what is it you plan to do, and if it will, of course, include the rehabilitation of the road, which is of major concern as well.
Member, as you may know, the road falls under the regional corporation, and this allocation is for the improvement of the facility itself. Every year we've been investing in Marper Farm. It is a flagship facility of the ministry, and this allocation is meant to continue the upgrading of that farm.
Vancouver North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 157, 023, Forestry Access Roads. Minister, I'm seeing here for 2019 estimates 7 million compared to 2018 with a revised estimate of 1.9 million. Can you tell me the reason for the increase and where these roads are that you're going to be targeting?
These are forestry access roads, so it's essentially not in the area from Tamana, go down south to southwest. The reason this particular year, last year coming into this year, the road program has been affected by the bad weather. And we were able to do some significant work in the Brickfield area, and the increased allocation is meant, if the weather is favorable, to allow us to catch up with the work that we did not do in this year.
Okay. Member for Old Puchras.
Honorable Minister, line 014, commercial repository. I'm seeing in 2018 revised estimate 2 million and in 2019 estimate 7.1 million. What does this entail, this commercial repository?
This commercial repository is a new line item that came in 2015. This is where we recognize that we've been depleting the reserve of commercial forests, teak and pine, and this is a program that is focused on replanting teak and pine for commercial purposes. In between, we have other hardwoods.
And at 287, the upgrade of fish landing sites. Have you identified those sites? Because
This
I'm
is
seeing only
an
an allocation of
this
1
is
million.
an allocation that allows us, because during the fiscal year, you would find, given the particular issue of rough seas, you would find that there is need to effect repairs on fish landing sites around the country, and this is spent on the basis of the facility that requires work at that particular time.
Member for Kamutu Mantinala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 553, page 158, coconut rehabilitation. I see it's in the east coast of Trinidad. I don't know if you have been on that area in a long while, but it is overgrown with bush, and I'm wondering if this amount that is allocated of 300,000 will in fact be able to do justice to the program.
But remember what this program is. This program produces planting material for coconut farmers on the East Coast. It's not a physical area on the East Coast that is planted. It is planting material supplied to East Coast farmers, and it's an ongoing program, but it's dedicated to East Coast farmers.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 013, reforestation of denuded Northern Range hillside. And the question is, Minister, given the importance of a project like this in context of flooding, the pervasiveness of secondary vegetation, if you look on the hills, why has no money been allocated?
Member, you'd be happy to know that these documents do not include the close to 100 million that is spent on the reforestation program. This particular PSIP program is one that is coming to an end, so this allocation is to complete that work. But there is a reforestation program which targets that specific issue you've addressed.
Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, 039, page 157, the Carney Swamp Management Program. I see an allocation for 1 million in 2019. Can you tell me exactly what is going to be undertaken with these monies?
But that allocation, member, is to make you happy.
Me?
As you know, we've brought a lot of attention to the scarlet ibis. We've declared it an environmentally sensitive species. It costs you now $100,000 to make the mistake of interfering with it. And this allocation is to improve the physical amenities at the Caroni Swamp. It is part of an ongoing process, but we have physical work, as you know, to do down there.
Thank you.
Member for Kamutu Mansinela.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 003, if on page 159, if Honorable Minister can advise the commencement date for this project, and for line item 001, yeah,
Please, thank
sure.
you.
Remember, the commencement date for this project is several years ago. This is an ongoing project. Plumita, in case you're not familiar with it, Plumita requires, it's an important part of the drainage network. It requires continuous maintenance, improvement, infrastructural work, and this program is at least 10 years old.
It has not commenced, and I'm asking when it will commence under you, if I can get an answer for
It's
that.
ongoing, member.
Thank you, sir.
Member for Caroni Central.
Just two quick questions, Minister. 552 Forage Farms at Montjalo.
Page 158.
Yes. What's happening with that particular?
Remember, the PSIP, the development element of Montjalo has been completed.
Yes.
As you may know, in 2015, there were buildings and unused buildings and so on. The site was not electrified, so nothing could be done there. We've redone the road, we've dealt with the ponds, we've installed the electrical infrastructure. We've actually moved offices of the ministry into Montjalo, and that now the ongoing operations is a recurrent expenditure. So it's no longer a PSIP item.
So what's actually happening on this site besides the management of the offices?
We have, as I say, offices relating to livestock there.
Okay, so
we
it's
have the
livestock.
lab from CUREP was transferred there. We have the NADC, which is the Center for Disease Control there. And we still have the forage bank, which will continue to expand there.
Okay, and the development of an agriculture sector plan, I saw no allocations yet. Does that mean that the plan was completed in 2017?
We've done two things with the agricultural sector plan. We've done the work on an overarching plan, and we've done some subsector plans, and the overarching plan is substantially completed, so there is no further expenditure, but we're in the final stages of proofreading and so on of the plan.
Member for Kamutu Mansinela.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 001, page 159. Can the Honorable Minister indicate what areas that this program will impact upon? And I'm looking really specifically for my area of Kamutu Mansinela.
Madam Member, as I said before on 003, the Plumita project is focused on your area, and the water management and flood program 001 is focused on Orange Grove and the Caroni Basin. And it's an ongoing program.
Line item 426. Can the Honorable Minister indicate what is your plan to rehabilitate the cocoa industry?
Remember, this allocation, the work relating to the cocoa industry is being driven by a limited liability company called the Cocoa Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago, for which a provision exists elsewhere. And this particular line item is focused on our prestigious La Reunion estate, and that is the ministry's internal work outside the work of the Cocoa Development Company.
Member for Oropouche West.
Mr. Line 546, Conservation and Preservation of Buffalipso. I'm seeing there is no further allocation. And why is this so after perhaps I believe Dr. Bennett had done immense work in the preservation of Buffalipso?
Member, the Buffalipso exists. This genetic variety, the genetic strain created by Dr. Bennett is still available in Trinidad and Tobago. It is available around the world. The issue in this country is not Dr. Bennett's Buffalipso. The issue is that there is no interest among private farmers in Buffalipso for meat or for milk. The private farmers have found their breeds outside of this country. The new agro incentive launched by the Minister of Finance and Paramin last week will assist livestock farmers in accessing the genetic variety that they require. Likewise, in milk, the farmers have found a breeding stock that are far superior to Dr. Bennett's variety in producing milk. And what we remain in this country to deal with finally is the issue of brucellosis, which is a disease that has affected the Buffalipso herd for more than 20 years. And the government is committed to dealing with the preservation of a brucellosis-free Buffalipso herd in this country by dealing with the issues at Morro Valley.
Fisheries Management, Research and Development. I'm seeing there's an allocation for the 1 million, and I'm trying to figure out whether you have a parallel research and development, because at SFC there was a fisheries processing unit, and that has been shut down. So I was wondering, why is it that you're shutting down one and then we are going to reopen, do a fisheries management research and development program, when they were doing research and development at SFC too?
Member, SFC continues to grow out and process tilapia. This is not tilapia. This deals with the waters that surround this country. For 102 years, we've had to manage with a piece of legislation that has 9 clauses. It cannot work in the management of fisheries, and the Cabinet has recently approved a first draft of the fisheries legislation that will modernize the management and administration of fisheries in this country. And this allocation is meant to continue to support that work so that we could have this legislation implemented. And it has nothing to do with tilapia.
Okay, and 553, coconut rehabilitation. What's the status of this program?
I just responded to the member for
She did?
Komoto.
Okay. All right.
And as I say, this is to provide planting material to East Coast coconut farmers.
159, Chair, at page 159. No? Okay.
Once you're under item 003.
Yeah. Yes, other services. At page 159? Yeah. Honorable Minister, provision of agricultural access to targeted commodities and strategic crops. Is that a list of roads also? You're going to, for
Didn't the
5
minister
million?
answer that already?
Yes, that deals with access roads.
You're right.
Item 004, social infrastructure. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Infrastructure Development Fund, page 236. Item 003, economic infrastructure. Item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of 777,862,000 for head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $777,862,000 for the head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries now stand part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pansec. Thank you, Piest. To the Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts. And in the interest of expediting the process, we had page 307. Recurrent.
Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, $375,250,000. I will now invite the Minister of Community Development, Culture and the Arts to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. The Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts vision is resilient, culturally rich communities with a three-pronged mandate to promote community bonds and problem solving, to develop positive values, attitudes, and behaviors, and to facilitate all forms of self-expression. In this way, the ministry seeks to improve the quality of life for all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Deputy.
I'd like to welcome Madam Permanent Secretary and the senior technocrats at the ministry. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $375,250,000 for Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $375,250,000 for Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads, and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. And members, we have the correct book before us, current expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 307. Item 001, general administration. I recognize Princess Town.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, with respect to line item 01001, the allocation for salaries and cost of living for the year 2018-2019 is $11,090,000, which is an increase of the allocation for the fiscal year 2017-2018. Can you give us an idea of why there would have been close to $1 million in increase in this particular expenditure?
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The figure of 2019 is not actually an increase over the allocation of 2018.
The
Princess Down.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the estimates for 2019 is $11,090,000. There's an increase by $9,024,000. I'm not sure if the minister is on the same page as I am on 307.
I'm on the same page, however, that does not reflect an increase in the estimate. It reflects an increase over the revised estimate that was allocated.
Okay, all right, sure. Line item 14, with respect to the remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees, can the Honourable Minister share with us how many cabinet-appointed committees there are and the membership of those committees, please?
There are none in the ministry at this time.
There's none at this time. Okay. Does the minister envisage, based on any programs, that there will be, because there's an allocation of 100,000 for line item 14?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Other question, Princess Tong? Item 002, Community Development Division, page 307. Item 006, Best Village, page 308. Item 008, Culture Division, page 308. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 309. Item 001, General Administration, Kumuto Manzelina first, and then I'll come to Princess Tong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we are on 309, right?
309, yes.
Okay, line item 16. Can the Honourable Minister take an undertaking as indicated by the Minister of Finance to provide how many vacancies are, how many contract employees there are, the vacancies, any vacancies, and the positions?
Does the member mean overall?
Overall, for all where contract services are itemized on the estimates?
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Minister.
At present, there are 291 vacant contract positions, 245 filled positions.
Princess Tong, still have a question?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Chair. With respect to line item 27, official overseas travel, there is an allocation of 250,000. Compared to the revised estimates of 2018, it appears as though it's an increase of 223,000. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether or not there are any particular events that is coming up that will cover this official overseas travel costs with an increase of 223,000 compared to the revised estimates of 2018?
Mr. Deputy Chair, through you, this estimate of 250,000 in 2019 is a steep decrease from the estimate of 450,000 that was given in 2018. This figure is provided if there comes up during the year any instances where travel is necessary. At this time, none are envisaged.
Princess Tong.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 30 for the University Graduate Recruitment Program. I know that the Minister of Finance has indicated that the challenges have been resolved with this particular program. Can you indicate in the Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts what specific areas have been identified that will take up this particular vote in terms of bringing in graduates, in terms of what spheres and what fields, if the ministry has identified those?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. The ministry awaits the guidance of the Ministry of Finance on these areas, and once given that guidance, we will be able to determine exactly where graduates are placed.
So, Madam Minister, while you wait for the funds, the actual funding from the Ministry of Finance, are you then saying that no area has been identified, no work is ongoing to identify which areas you will require these graduate trainees to assist in? You don't have to get the money in order to determine
Mr. Deputy Chair, let
the
me
area.
Question has been asked, Ms. Princess Tong.
Mr. Deputy Chair, let me indicate that in the ministry, as in many other ministries, vacation programs where interns come in different areas is an ongoing thing, and therefore it takes nothing much really to apply university graduates who would be introduced into this program. So that work is done and ready. So we are ready when the university program comes in to accommodate whatever graduates come into the ministry.
Princess Tong, another question?
Minister, on that same particular line item, the justification provided by the Honourable Minister of Finance is very different from what you just indicated. You spoke about summer interns and so on through the vacation program. This, if we are to take the Minister of Finance words, is really the core competencies that are required by the
Question, please.
ministry.
Question.
And therefore, I'm asking specifically what are the core competencies that are required by the Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts. This is not just a
Mr.
simple
Deputy
vacation
Mr.
program.
Deputy Chair, I have indicated that we await the guidance of the Ministry of Finance with respect to the areas that they are bringing people in, and once that is provided, the ministry is ready to accommodate such graduates.
Member for Princestown.
Next.
Another line item.
Yes, sir.
Right, proceed.
Mr. Deputy Chair, line item 62, promotions, publicity and printing, an increase of 190,000 compared to the revised estimates of 2018. If the minister would be kind enough to share with us what would account for such an increase in this area.
Madam Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Again, if the member would take into account what was actually spent in 2018, we were given 330,000, so the allocation of 520,000 is made, which is less than the actual allocation of 2018, and that, of course, would be dependent on the different projects that the ministry is engaged in these areas.
Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Minister, with respect to that same line item 62, and just for clarity, I know when we get later down to the other estimates and the other books that we will deal with Trinidad and Tobago hosting of Carifesta. Can you say, based on some of these items that we are looking at under general administration, I know this is recurrent expenditure, that any consideration would have been thought of with respect to the hosting of Carifest, and that's why we're seeing some increases in other areas? Or that is one separate budget altogether?
Carifest has its own budget.
Okay.
Item 002, Community Development Division, page 310. Item 005, Mediation Centers, page 311. Kumuto Manzelena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just asking on line item 08, the rent and accommodation, office accommodation for the mediation centers. Could the Honorable Minister indicate how many mediation centers there are?
Madam Minister.
Approximately 7. 7 is the figure we have.
Princestown.
Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, line item 28, other contracted services. Can you indicate under the mediation centers what would constitute other contracted services?
Madam Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. These constitute mainly cable, internet, and any one-off service that is contracted by the mediation centers.
Item 006, Best Village, 312. Member for Princestown.
Sir. Minister, line item 16, contract employment. Would you be able to share with us, maybe not today, but give the commitment to share with us those positions that are under contract employment in terms of numbers and the areas of work?
That will be provided,
Certainly.
Madam Minister. Madam Minister?
Certainly.
Certainly, right. Item 008, Culture Division, pages 312 and 313. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 313. Item 001, General Administration, page 313. Item 002, Community Development Division, page 314. Item 005, Mediation Centers, page 314. Item 006, Best Village, page 314. Item 008, Culture Division, page 314. Subhead 04, Current Transfer and Subsidies, page 315. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions, page 315, and I recognize the member for Princestown.
Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 05, contributions to community-based organizations. Again, I know you may not have the list in front of you, but if you'd be kind enough to supply us with the organizations that would have benefited, and also the quantums, please.
Madam Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. This line item does not deal with contributions in the way that the member has asked.
Okay, would you be kind enough to share with us then, in terms of an explanation of how this particular vote is spent?
This vote deals with the programming of the Community Development Division.
Kumuto Manzilina, member.
Thank you.
Manzilina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to ask on two line items. The first one, no, 06, the operational expenses for community facilities. Is this specific to the community centers?
It is.
Madam.
Okay. And is it involving like electricity and all of those expenses?
Those things and more.
How many community centers do we have?
Over 250.
And 500,000 would be adequate to operationalize all of that?
Community centers are expected to sustain themselves based on the rentals and the other fundraising efforts of the village councils, and where there are boards, those fundraising efforts. So those funds are set aside to assist where necessary. They are not designed to run community centers and pay all of their bills.
And finally, on line item 15, contribution to cultural organization. Is this what this line item implies, or is it the same as 05?
This is the line item that deals with giving to cultural organizations, yes.
So therefore, can I ask, as my member, to supply the various organizations that would have received and the quantum? Not now.
In 2018?
Well, remember for 2019, what will happen for 2019? Because remember, what's the scope of works we're dealing with these estimates?
Okay, I assume that it
So
might
what
be
is
the same
expected?
persons. I'm assuming that it might have a continuum, so, yeah.
Yeah, but this is a grant. This is a fund that deals with applications for grants. So therefore, I will not be able to predict who will apply for a grant. So I would not be able to provide to whom this is given.
Naprima, on the same point? Yes. Right, proceed.
Could the minister just indicate to us, this item 15, contribution to cultural organizations. How do they apply? Do they know? Is there an advertisement?
Certainly, they apply on a form that's available on our website for download or available at all the district offices for collection, and they apply based on that form.
Thank you.
Item 007, households, page 315. I recognize point up here.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, line item 08, hosting of cultural camps for 2019, $900,000. What areas are these camps going to be located or hosted?
The camps are located around the country. It again depends on an application process where persons who are hosting camps apply to the ministry for support for the camps they're already hosting, and are assessed based on certain criteria, and they can receive funding to assist with their camp.
So so presently you're saying that you don't know who will apply, correct?
Exactly.
So why is there an increase of $450,000 in 2019?
If the member would realize there's not an increase in the allocation between 2018 and 2019, it's actually the same. In 2018, however, we only received of the allocation $450,000. So we would have made the same application, received the exact same allocation, and if we receive more, then we'll be able to accommodate more persons in the applications.
Follow another question? Another question?
Yeah, go ahead, point up here.
Madam Minister, just 02, Community Action for Revival and Empowerment. Just for my own clarification, elucidation, could you 2.5 for 2019, what really is this line item about?
This offers assistance to community groups for programs they want to hold in their communities.
For example?
For example, a village council who wants to have a seminar on eyesight.
Princess Tong, you still have question? Princess Tong?
No, on this side.
Naprima.
The applications for hosting of camps and support for community development is
Those
on
are
your
advertised.
website also.
Not at this time. They are advertised closer down to the time of the vacation when those camps are hosted.
Right. So therefore, the advice you'd give is to look at your website.
Certainly, the website, the Facebook page, as well as the media. the newspapers.
Wouldn't it include also the regional offices? Would have the information also?
They would also have.
Right, the regional
So,
offices.
yes, access, yeah.
Nice. Item, same
also.
same also. Proceed.
Yeah, Madam Minister, 09, music schools and community. Again, how is that, how is this, again, is applied, is it the same format? I don't know.
That program, we have 5 schools that are selected on the basis of their ability to host the program, and the program is run for the vacation for 5 weeks in those areas.
And what
5
will-
areas around the country.
And what were those areas?
We'll provide that in writing.
Thank you.
Which West?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up on line item 08, the hosting of cultural camps. Honorable Minister, you said there are certain criteria for this line item here. I need to know what are the criteria, 1, and 2, if there's a range of how much money or the maximum, if a minimum or maximum that is allocated for each camp.
There's a maximum of 30,000. The criteria we'll provide in writing for you.
Kumutu Manzilina?
Yes, just to ask if there is the same for 02.
Two, same.
402, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair.
yeah.
402, the application forms are available on our website, and they are available also, hard copy in the district offices, and can be collected and filled out and returned.
It would have the criteria.
Certainly, the criteria is well explained on our website under grant funding.
And is there a maximum in terms of how much money that can be accessed? In this
Yes,
case?
yes, there is. It's not necessarily a set maximum. It depends on what is available and also what the group is asking for and depends on the scope of the activity.
All right, okay.
Right. Item 009, other transfers, page 316. I recognize the member for Princeton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 11, Stallmeyer's Castle, with an estimate of 1.8 million this year. The question is that whether or not the ministry has considered a business model plan for self-sustainability for Stallmeyer's Castle, and if so, can you share some of those plans with us?
That is currently being determined by the board that runs the castle.
Okay, so therefore no fixed plan has been determined for Stallmeyer's Castle. Is currently before the board, yes?
A fixed plan is being determined by the board.
Okay, but it's still before the board, that's what you say?
This is the 3rd time I'm saying it, yes.
Okay, after all these months of having Stallmeyer's Castle been handed
Is
over.
this a speech, Deputy Chair, or what are we doing? Question?
I think the Deputy Chair determines how this is run, Madam, not you.
Well, I'm asking him,
Okay, Princess
not you.
Okay, Madam Minister. Right. An additional question, member for Princeton?
Mr. Deputy Chair, what I was trying to get from the Honourable Minister, before she rudely interrupted.
Okay, one sec. No, hold on. We are going fine. Let's keep it that way, right? We could leave out the rude and things like that. Question, please, member for Princeton.
So I just wanted to be certain that no fixed plan has been arrived at with respect to the use of Stallmeyer's Castle. And after all these months, it has been handed
Chair,
over
this
to
is
the
the 3rd time I'm
ministry.
answering this question.
It is still before the ministry.
Okay,
and
as
nothing
chair,
has been.
And as chair, Princeton, the minister has answered and made it clear as to the status of Stallmeyer's Castle. I have point up here.
Thank you. Madam Minister, come back to line item Stallmeyer's Castle. The 1.8 that is estimated in your ministry, how did you arrive at that estimate of $1.8 million for Stallmeyer's Castle?
Hold on one second. Again, Princeton. Right, you clear on the how it was arrived at the budgetary figure?
Yes,
Minister.
that figure would have been taken into account with respect to the requirements of the castle, their janitorial requirements, and what would take for their upkeep, and the estimations were put together to come up with the figure.
So it's like for operating expenses in a sense?
Yes, this is for operating expenses.
Okay.
Member for Naprima, you have a question on this line item?
Yes, sir. Proceed. 02 export centers, 6.3 million. Could you give us an idea of what they do? What is this money used for?
This is the figure for the salaries of the workers at the export centers.
The what, sorry?
Salaries for workers,
For the export centers?
yes.
No, I'm just asking. They export what? Culture? What? What they do?
The export centers, they actually do handicraft work
Okay.
and advanced training for handicraft.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kumutu Manzelena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On 02, I just wanted to ask how many export centers are there and how many persons are employed at the export centers?
You have that
please?
information here, Ms.
No, I don't have the information about the number of persons
provide it?
employed. We'll provide
Right,
it.
will be provided. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 09, the National Philharmonic Orchestra, an increase from the revised estimates of 2018 by 100,000, this year's estimates being 900,000. Can you give us an idea of how the National Philharmonic Orchestra has been progressing in terms of the utilization of the Harmonic Orchestra, in national events and so on, seeing that we continue to expend these monies?
Deputy Chair, the National Philharmonic Orchestra has at least 2 to 3 free public productions every year. In addition to that, they provide support where necessary for different national events, and they are progressing very well with regards to their performances and so.
On the same line item, okay, so this same line item.
No.
So I could go on to the next one.
No, I want to ask on line item
Oh,
10.
okay, no, I talk about in terms of the estimate. Proceed.
Minister, line item 10, National Registry of Artists and Cultural Workers. Just for my own clarification, what this line item is about and that expenditure? Is it for employees? I don't know.
Minister?
This expenditure would be for the programming of the National Registry. This is the body that registers or gives credentials to national artists based on assessment of their productions or their experience. And they also run the mentoring by the master's program.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises, page 316. I recognize Naparima, and then I'll go to Shogunas East.
Thank you. 01, National Commission for Self-Help Limited. See, 9 million has been allocated. Could you give us a status of the commission? Do they have a board? Do they disburse funds? Because I've written a couple of letters, about 10, and I have not been able, for various reasons, been able to get a satisfactory response. This is on behalf of constituents. We were told the board wasn't there, and then we told money is not available. And
Deputy Chair, this line item refers to their salaries and for their current expenditure, and there is a board in place.
Shogunas East, your opportunity.
So this is entirely for the recurrent expenses of the
It is.
organization. Could you tell us which item you will want to discuss the suppliers that are owed? Well,
Deputy Chair, I'm not certain if it is. I'm not certain if it is my role to direct the members as to different line items.
okay, well, we'll see when it comes.
Right. It will be identified, it should be identified somewhere in the estimates.
Yeah, I'm looking for it, Bernard.
Kumutu Manzelena.
Same response, the question was
No,
ready.
you have a question, or yes or no?
Yes, the question
Well, if you
would
have a
be-
question, ask it and we'll determine.
The question is whether the Honorable Minister will be able to advise how many persons have benefited from the self-help project.
No, well, I think she
Yeah,
mentioned
right.
that it's not included in this line item. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, page 316, item 004, statutory boards, page 316. Honorable members, we'll now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 20 Queen's Hall. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 465. Item 001, General Administration, page 465. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 465. Item 001, General Administration, page 465. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 466. Item 007, Households, page 466. 21, Naparima Bowl. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 471. Item 001, General Administration, page 471. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 471. Item 011, remember, Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 471. Item 001, General Administration, page 471. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 472. Item 001, General Administration, page 472. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 472. Item 007, Households, page 472. 22, National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure 477. Item 001, General Administration 477. Am I? No, 477. Remember,
I'm looking for self-help, that's what I can't see.
Like you need some help, Mr. Naparima, like you need some help. Princess Tongue, we are on item 001, General Administration, page 477. Okay. All right, that was a good intermission there. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 477. Item 001, General Administration, page 477. Any questions? Go ahead, Princess Tongue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, other contracted services under the National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago, an increase from the revised estimates of 2018 of $9.9 million, almost $10 million. Can you share with us the other contracted services that is envisaged to utilize this vote under the National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago?
Madam Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Again, just to point out that the $25 million that is the revised estimate may very well not reflect some of the invoices that would come in, because you would notice that the 2018 estimate and the 2019 estimate are much closer in value. This line item would deal with, again, the one-off items that come around carnival time, security, ushers, and different things that are employed at that time to deal with the festival itself.
Okay. And also line item 16 under contract employment. Can you share with us under the NCC the areas of contract employment that this would cover for the next fiscal year, please?
That I would have to provide in writing.
Will be provided in writing. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 478. Item 001. Item 001, General Administration, page 478. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 478. Item 007, Households, page 478. Item 008, Subsidies, page 478. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. we're going to page 128, subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, page 128, item 004, Social Infrastructure, pages 128 to 130. Member for Princeton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 056, which I had raised earlier with respect to the hosting of Carry Festa 2019, estimate here of 24. Honorable Minister, would you be able to say under this vote whether or not this, sorry? Could you say with respect to the hosting of Carry Festa, just for my information, really, does Trinidad and Tobago, the host country, I shouldn't say Trinidad, but the host country, cover the expenses of the participant countries?
Not with respect, thank you, Deputy Chair, not with respect to their travel here, but once they come here, we deal with their ground travel, they pay for their accommodation and meals.
And this vote will take into consideration all of these things, yes?
Yes, it will.
Okay. That's it.
Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services, page 130. Infrastructure, NAPRIMA.
008. Given that we have a challenge on that side with patriotism, why has this been discontinued? There's no allocation in 2018 or 2019.
Hold on.
No,
hold on,
what did this do? Well, how was this conceptualized, and why it is no longer valid? This is a 008 implementation of National Patriotism Campaign.
What page you on, member?
130.
He's on page 130.
And what line item?
008.
Okay, implementation of national patriotism.
All I'm asking is why has it served its purpose? Why is it no longer? Is there no allocation?
Mr. Deputy Chair, even though we are dealing with line items under the 2019 allocation, and this has no allocation here, I would offer to the member that it has not been discontinued.
The question is why there's no allocation here.
It has not been discontinued. It's just there's no allocation here for it.
Okay. I'm not happy with the answer, but we'll go ahead.
Well, you're asking about something that doesn't exist.
I'll ask why does it not exist? It does not exist because it is no longer valid.
You can't ask about
I'll
something
make
that
the
doesn't
point
have
for
an
you.
allocation.
We'll move on, Chair.
Question is why? It does not exist.
Infrastructure Development Fund, page 220, item 004, Social Infrastructure, pages 220 and 221. Honorable members, the question. You have a question? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much,
Shibboleth,
Mr.
please.
Chairman. Honorable Minister, line item, page 221, line item 008, the National Commission for Self-Help Limited. Can you say if this sum of money will be allocated to paying outstanding suppliers to various organizations?
I would imagine outstanding suppliers as well as new applications coming in for the fiscal.
Will you be able to give us a list of all the outstanding suppliers and the amounts that are owed to them?
Going forward as of 2019, yes, I will be able to.
No, those that are owed, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
as of
Up to-
2019.
Up to this date. All right, and the amounts, and do you have an idea as to when you will start making payments to remove the backlog of those debts?
The Self-Help Commission is governed by a board who would have a much better idea of that.
The board?
They are governed by a board.
Siparia, you have a question?
220, 006, Academy for the Performing Arts, 2019 estimate of 10 million. If the minister would kindly give us an indication on what the 10 million would be spent on, the components that make up this estimated expenditure.
Madam Minister.
This is given for the upgrades to the National Academy of Performing Arts, both the North as well as the South campus. They have various upgrade items that have been identified, and this is the budget for the both of them combined.
Thank you for that. Would you be kind enough to provide us the breakdown, the components for the upgrade.
You have the information here, Madam Minister?
I do.
Not you can, okay.
Okay. Yeah, one sec. She has the information.
Are you asking for
Is it that you are asking for the exact items and the amounts right next to them?
If you
Or you
have
just want to know what the items are?
both, thank you, if you have it.
Well, then we'll provide it in writing because I don't have the amounts identified right close to them.
Thank you, Madam Minister.
Will be provided. Point of view, still have a question?
So may I just make a,
Okay.
for your guidance, please, before, the minister is saying she will provide, the minister will provide, we're happy for that. I note in the government assurances that only certain words will be honored as an assurance. And I trust that when ministers, not just this one, say that they will provide, that they will be caught within the ambit of the wording. Because it's not, it says, I give an assurance, I give an undertaking. Those are caught within it. So I trust that all the exercises here where ministers have, not this minister in particular, just generally, do we have an understanding that those, when ministers say, I will provide, is it an undertaking or an assurance that will be caught within
Well, again,
assurances?
it is an assurance.
Okay.
And Leader of the House, you care to expound on the comment with regards to assurances that the information will be provided as requested by in the answering question and answer sessions?
Mr. Chairman, we have given the undertaking and we will make every effort to ensure that whatever we have been requested to provide and that we have said we will provide in writing at the earliest opportunity, we will in fact do that.
So,
one thing that we could request, and I think it has happened before, is that the assurances that we have given, the Parliament staff has sent reminders regarding the items that we have said we would give further information on, and we will definitely
I thank the Honourable
comply.
Minister for clarification. And can we then, are we agreeing that when the words are spoken, I will provide, I'll undertake to provide, it will be caught within assurances? The meaning of the words, madam, this is what I'm asking.
Mr. Chairman, I do not think it is the same as assurances
This is it.
in the sense that we have it in other parliamentary matters. However, given that we have said that we will provide the information, I think members will act on their word, but I'm asking that, given that the Hansard is recording everything that is taking place, I'm asking that the Parliament staff undertake to give us the ones that we have said we would give the information on.
So in our questions, we should ask for an undertaking or ask for an assurance? Every question should ask for that.
Again, colleagues, again, assurances have been given and the Parliament staff have already commenced providing the information. And again, as the chair, we will ensure that the information are provided as stated based on the Hansard.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, this is not the first time that we on this side have said that we would give information, and we have in the main lived up to our word.
Sure.
I'm happy we're here in the main, because in the
Yes,
past,
I'm saying in the
maybe
main
this year will be
because
the first time
sometimes-
that we get those undertakings. We have only got parts of them.
Yeah,
And then at
because-
lengthy periods. So that's why I want to make sure that they are caught within the parliamentary practice of assurances. So I thank you. Can we, surely we can move
Well,
on.
again,
Mr. Chairman, I don't want it to be said that this is caught within that. I'm
Yes, that's the whole-
saying
that is the
that
point. That is the whole
we have
point.
given the undertaking. It is recorded in Hansard, and we have said that we would give the information,
Undertakings.
and we will give the information.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
okay, and we'll move on from here. Point of Pay, you still have a question, and then we'll go to Shogunas East. Point of Pay.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, line item 005, refurbishment of community centers,
What page?
29, page 221. Line item 005, refurbishment of community centers, 2019, 6 million has been identified. Could the minister indicate what community centers and the location that is identified for refurbishment in 2019?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. At this point, we have 4 on the cards. That's Belmont, Surrey Village, Diego Martin Central, and Laloon.
Sorry.
You see, again, and then we end up in a scenario. Madam Minister, could you kindly identify the 4 again, please?
I did.
Well, no, member for Point de Paix who asked the question is saying that it wasn't. So kindly, on behalf of the chair, proceed.
The 4 identified at this point are Belmont, Surrey Village, Diego Martin Central, and Laloon.
Laloon, okay. And also 003, construction of community centers, $20 million have been identified for 2019. Could you indicate what locations and areas that these new community centers will be built?
Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. The centers identified at this point that are being worked on are Bagatelle, Diego Martin North, Diego Martin South, Mova, Cantaro, Towerdale, Bonaire South, La Pastora, San Fernando North, Indian Trail, My Tower, Quarry Road, Pitti Valley, Chickland, Las Lomas, Quarry Village, Siparia, Taruba, Teixier, Blanchishes, Harmony Hall, Chatham, Arima, Monrepo, Lisa's Gardens, Tacarigua, Pelican Extension, Mova.
Thank you.
Shibona Sis, you still? Siparia, member for Siparia.
On the same items, 003, construction of community centers, and 005, refurbishment, my colleague has asked for the locations. If the minister can provide the amount out of the budgeted expenditure, estimated expenditure, to be spent on each one.
That can be provided?
Sorry, the amount will depend on the invoices that come in. And at this point, we have been able to clear the invoices, so I cannot identify at this point the amount that will be paid to each one.
I appreciate your response. We are estimating an expenditure of 20 million and then 6 million. I'm asking what is the estimated expenditure for the projects you've named. These are projects to be undertaken. To be undertaken.
They are ongoing.
So there must be yes, sir. Each will have a budgeted cost.
Well, that's a different question from what you're asking.
I'm asking out of the 20 million and the centers that you named, what is the budgeted cost, estimated cost, because that's what we're dealing with for fiscal 2019.
And I'm saying that the 20 million is a block cost to cover invoices that come in from the centers that are ongoing. And at this point, we have cleared the invoices that we have had in, and when invoices come in, then we will honor them based on the allocation that we have.
Am I to understand you cannot tell us how much is estimated for each center?
You are asking a different question.
Right. Hold on 1 second. Member for Siparia, is it that for each particular of the 20 identified, the amount identified?
Not 20, it was 20 million.
Right, for each one,
you
would like to know what's the figure. So if it's Tunapuna, what's the cost for Tunapuna? If it's Santa Cruz?
Maruga, Siparia, wherever. These are the estimates. and we
What you're
will
asking, depends on how the work progresses and what invoices are submitted. And I am saying that until the invoices are submitted, I cannot tell you how much is estimated to be spent on them. The budgeted cost is a different question.
That's what I'm asking. To come up with 20 million, there must have been.
So the budgeted cost for each community center?
The cost for each
Madam
community
Minister,
center is
can that be identified, the budgeted cost?
the cost of each community center. The estimated cost of each community center is what you're asking.
Yes, that's what I've been asking all.
Well, that's a different question. What you're asking me is how the 20 million is going to be spent. And I'm saying to you, that's what you asked.
Okay. All
So
right.
if,
So we're clearing it up
can
now,
the member
members.
specify and clarify her question?
We're going to clear it up. The
I'm sorry.
budgeted costs per community center. Can that information be provided now, Madam Minister?
The cost of each center.
Yeah.
That can be provided when we are written.
Right, so it will be provided.
0305. Will the minister give an undertaking to so provide?
I am giving
Yes.
an undertaking to provide the estimated cost of each center.
Thank you. Nice. Kumutu Manzileni, you still have a question? No? Shogunas East.
Mr. Chairman, given the nature of the conversations that are flowing both ways, I would like to get it very clear for my question on the Hansard. With respect to line item 008, will the minister undertake to supply a list of all those persons or agents who are owing monies for the National Commission for Self-Help Projects. Ode. Yeah.
Right. And I think that assurance has been already given.
Right.
in
I
a
just want to
prior
make sure it's on
question.
the, is the answer yes?
Yes, that has been given.
Right.
It was yes and it is yes.
The second question really deals with items 003 and 005. I don't know which one you want to take it under. You had provided our own minister a list of community centers that
Members,
are
please, Siparia, please.
in the process of being constructed.
Mhm.
I'm asking whether at all, I didn't hear the name, but is the Enterprise Community Center listed in that?
It is not.
Is it going to be given any consideration at all
It will.
in this fiscal year?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm very clear on the answer.
But I think we have all been all day. You know what I mean? When
No,
say,
I mean,
I
listen.
think we would have been all day. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $375,250,000 for Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $375,250,000 for Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts now stands part of the schedule. Madam Minister, thank you for your time. Madam PS and all the senior executives from your ministry. Thanks for coming. Do reach home safely. Is the last one? What's we have? We reach. There's not today. We did one for today. Head 35, Ministry of Tourism. Head 35, Ministry of Tourism, $80 million. Okay, thank you. I will now wow, members. We don't. I don't want no members to take no walk at this time, you know. At this time, you know, I mean, we would not like to take no walk. Please. All right, members. Right. So let's begin, members. Head 35, Ministry of Tourism. Mr. Minister, I'll invite you to speak shortly. 1 second. Head 35, Minister of Tourism, $80 million. I will now invite the Minister of Tourism to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. The Ministry of Tourism serves as a catalyst in developing Trinidad and Tobago as a premier tourist destination. It is mandated to provide leadership and strategic direction in tourism development, formulate policy to guide tourism development, collaborate with all stakeholders on matters related to tourism development, facilitate and monitor the tourism incentives in accordance with the Tourism Development Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the last financial year, on the dissolution of the TDC, the ministry was given additional responsibilities such as management of the operations of the cruise and airport tourism offices, the management of 5 sites and attractions, namely the Maracas Beach Facility, Las Cuevas Beach Facility, Manzanilla Beach Facility, Vesini Beach Facility, and the Labre Pitch Lake Visitor Center. Public sector management for the tourism sector in Trinidad and Tobago is in a state of transition, and the Ministry of Tourism is playing its role in supporting the operationalization of Tourism Trinidad Limited, the successor destination management and marketing company of the TDC in Trinidad, which we expect to be complete by the first quarter of this financial year. The THA, as you are aware, is responsible for the strategic direction and management of tourism in Tobago. Tourism development in Trinidad is at a crossroad with greater strategic focus being placed on tourism as a key sector in the diversification thrust of the island. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair.
I'd like to welcome the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry and also the senior technocrats within. Welcome. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $80 million for Head 35, Ministry of Tourism, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $80 million for Head 35, Ministry of Tourism, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads, and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 233, item 001, General Administration, page 233, Couva North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good night, Minister. Line item 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. Can you identify for me how many cabinet-appointed committees exist and an undertaking to give us a list of the members for such?
Thank you very much, Member for Couva North.
That's the politeness I accept. I condone it. Yeah, proceed.
In 2018, there was the Standing Committee for the Strategic and Sustainable Development of Tourism in Trinidad. In 2019, it is expected that we reconvene that committee, as well as another committee, the National Tourism Policy Review Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 233, item 001, General Administration, page 233 and 234. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Minister. Line item 16, contract employment. I see the 2019 estimate for $3 million. Could you care to explain how many positions and the levels, the various levels of positions, sorry?
We have 49 positions on the organizational structure. In terms of the levels, I'll have to give that to you in writing.
Okay, so this $3 million is for those 49 positions? Or?
No, the $3 million is for 19 positions, payment of 19 contract employees.
Subhead, Carney Central and 02. Proceed.
62. 62, promotions, publicity, and printing. There's a $14 million estimate here, which is a significant increase. I just wanted to have an idea how the minister is thinking of using that, because it's for promotions. And if the chair would allow me, on 011, where you have tourism, Trinidad Destination Management Company, you have $9 million. And I just wanted to know if that is to cover salaries or whether it is promotion.
Under Tourism Trinidad Limited,
Yes.
that is to cover their recurrent expenditure.
Right, okay.
So that's under
So
salaries.
that's separate.
Yes.
The 14 million.
Under promotions, publicity, and printing, under this vote deals with the printing of ads, as well as for the local newspapers, as well as international publications, sponsorship and marketing and promotions. It is shared between the Destination Management Company, which is the TTL, as well as with the ministry.
Okay. And you consider this, as minister, adequate for, I mean, given where we are in tourism and the amount that we have to do?
Well, we have to understand that we're in a transitionary period. We're dealing with a startup. So the TTL is now being operationalized. I consider this enough until the mid-year review, where we will come back and certainly ask for more money.
All right.
Couva North.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, line item 22, short-term employment. I see the 2019 estimate for $4.4 million. How many positions and at what levels for short-term employment?
We currently have 35 employees under the short-term contract vote. And during the seasonal cruise, cruise season, sorry, which is seasonal, we employ about 20 persons as visitor guides.
Okay. Thank you.
Naprima?
Minister, item 17, training. Given where we are in tourism and the emphasis that is being placed on tourism in our diversification thrust,
yes,
do you think that 50,000 is adequate to retool and reskill our staff to deal with the challenges?
Well, this vote deals with the training for the ministry staff. So for 2019, we expect to provide training in procurement, statistical analysis, evaluation, and we consider it enough.
But no training in terms of marketing, destination thing?
No, there is another vote that deals with training and capacity building for small tourism operators and stakeholders.
Member for Siparia?
Thank you, sir. 0201, traveling and subsistence. How many persons are entitled to traveling and subsistence? Is there a policy for payment of traveling and subsistence?
We've gone back.
We've gone back.
No, but we're on the same
So we're the same
item,
head.
Mr.
Okay,
Minister.
traveling
This-
and subsistence.
Yeah, page 233, we're under goods and services, and 01, traveling and subsistence. How many persons?
How many persons? I'll have to give that to you in writing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there a policy for payment of this allowance? How many?
Oh, we have 13, I'm sorry. We have 13
13 what?
officers.
13, okay.
13 officers.
Thank you.
13, huh?
Yeah,
13.
13.
Right.
How many, well, you haven't given an answer. Policy-wise, in terms of disbursement of this allowance,
The policy is provided by the CPO.
and what is that policy?
It's a policy for the scheduled traveling officers.
There's a fixed
provided by the
schedule
Yes.
for public officers. If I may, thank you, Minister. May I go on, sir, with your leave on the same, under goods and services?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure your other colleagues will give way, so proceed.
Thank you. I see that the telephones, 05. I see that there's an increase here, and perhaps we would appreciate why there's this increase. The allocation now for 19 is 1 million. Is this to take care of some roaming bills and so on? There's an increase
It's a genuine
in the
question,
telephone.
madam?
It's a genuine. What is it to
All right.
increase this?
Mr. Minister,
What is
proceed.
to come in with the increase?
The ministry is now responsible for an additional 5 sites and attractions. As I indicated before, the ministry is also responsible for the cruise office as well as the airport.
Member, just now, there's a procedure and a
Who's to
way
the
that
west?
ought to be done,
Roma?
right? Only your voice reach my ear. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. As I just indicated, the ministry is now responsible for 5 sites and attractions, as well as the cruise office and the airport office. So the increase is to take care of those bills. As well, we propose to install Wi-Fi at the 5 sites and attractions.
On telephones, yes, sir.
Proceed.
Still on telephones. What is the ministry's estimated monthly bill for landline phones and for cellular phones? And I do have others on telephone. Should I ask all or wait?
Well, I'll give that to you in
You'll
writing.
give us assurance
Yes.
to provide it.
I'll give an
Further,
undertaking.
does the ministry have a policy or does it have guidelines concerning the use of telephones and mobile devices?
On mobile phones, yes.
Would you want to tell us what that is?
On mobile phones, yes.
There is a policy.
There is a policy for mobile phones, and on an internal policy, and on the landlines, there is passcodes for the use of the landlines.
Would you undertake to tell us what the policy is? You can provide it in writing.
Sure.
Give us an undertaking so to do.
Sure.
Thank you.
Provided.
What is the ministry's policy for the use of mobile devices on official overseas travel?
You see, that wouldn't be the same answer?
Same policy, member for Siparia.
But would there be a difference between when?
It's the same policy, member for Siparia, and I'll provide it to you
Sure,
in
but
writing.
you know when you travel, the cost is much higher.
Member for Siparia, it's the same policy.
So you use the same policy for using the mobile in TNT, and same policy for when someone travels and roams with their phone? Okay, I'm asking the minister.
Member for
If
Saparia,
the
this is
answer
the
is
fourth
yes.
time I'll answer you. The mobile policy
Just now,
deals with
hold on.
both
Local
Members, usage
Member
as
who
well
made
as
statement,
foreign.
just retract it,
And I will
please.
provide that to you in writing.
Hold on 1 second. Just retract it, please. Come on, man. We are going fine, colleagues. Come on. We are going fine. Yes, Mr. Minister. So the question was answered.
Yes, I hope so.
Sipario is still on the floor.
Telephones now.
Right. You good?
I'm okay for telephones.
Kumutu Manzelina, you okay?
Question, thank you.
Question, please. Member for Kumutu Manzelina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, coming back to line item 62.
Sorry?
I'm not hearing
I'm
you.
sorry?
Line item 62.
62.
Page.
Page 234. Where you have promotions. I just wanted to ask, if the promotions here is relative to any international marketing firm that may have been hired to.
No, not on the dissolution of the TDC. All those contracts were terminated.
All right, okay, thanks.
Carney Central, still have a question?
Yes. Item 43, security services. In 2017, it was 666,000. 2018, the estimates were 800, but the actual expenditure was 3.6 million, and it's just to.
Oh, there's just a revised estimate
The revised
of 3.6.
The revised estimate was
3.6.
3.6, sorry.
Okay.
And then you have an estimate for 2019, 4 million. Why the big jump?
Mr. Minister?
In 2017, we did not have responsibility and possession of the 5 new sites, as well as the cruise office and the airport office.
Right,
so
so
we now
it's
have to undertake to
locations.
provide security.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gouverneur?
Thank you. Line item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation and storage. In 2019, we have an estimate of 650,000, which gives us an increase by 200,000. Minister, you care to explain this increase?
Mr. Minister?
Yeah, this is to cater for any increases in rental costs, or if we have to take any additional car park spaces which we pay rent for.
Okay. Thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 234. Item 001, general administration, page 234. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, page 235. Item 001, regional bodies, page 235. Gouverneur?
Thank you. Caribbean 01, Minister, Caribbean Tourism Organization.
Yes.
Just very quickly, I see an increase by 27,000. You care to explain what that increase is about?
That is just to that takes into consideration any potential change in the exchange rate.
Okay.
As we pay
And
this.
Minister, on that same line item, how has our participation with respect to that organization be assisting with our tourism product here in Trinidad and Tobago?
We access market intelligence, timely market intelligence, industry trend. We market, we network with tourism's top executives and policymakers. There are opportunities, there were opportunities, and there still are opportunities for destination marketing and access to research and technical assistance.
Okay, thank you.
Item 001, regional bodies, page 235. Item 003, United Nations Organizations, page 235. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises, page 235. I recognize Naparima. and then Couva
For
note.
Tourism Trinidad Destination Management Company Limited, an allocation of 9 million. Will we begin to see from this allocation, and I know this is for staff, advertisements in foreign media inviting them to visit Trinidad, as we see for Barbados, St. Lucia, and Cayman Islands, Bahamas, etc.?
No, this line item, this vote deals with the
Staff.
recurrent expenditure for the entity. So for the payment of salaries, for the purchase of minor equipment, etc.
So for this expenditure, we'll see the staff delivering what I just asked about?
You will see staff delivering, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Couva note.
Thank you. Minister, it's increased by 5 million from the 2018 revised estimates of 4 million. Could you give an explanation for this increase?
Well, this is the estimate that it would take where we recruit the top 2 tiers of the organization, as well as for the purchase of minor equipment, stationery, etc.
Okay.
Point to pay.
Thank you. So just to elucidate a little bit on that same line item, what is the location of this head office or this company? Where it's located, and how many staff members are there presently?
18th on the 18th floor in this building, and there are no staff members. The recruitment exercise was done. We expect to announce the recruitment of the top management by the end of next month.
So there are presently no staff?
No staff.
Do you have a board in place for this company?
There is a board in place.
Who's the chairman of that board, of this board?
Janelle Penny Commigion.
Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program, subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund, page 82. Item 003, economic infrastructure, page 82 and page 83. Couva note.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, line item 019, tourism sites and attractions upgrade. I'm seeing 8 million allocated for 2019. Do you care to identify these sites and attractions?
Information can be provided, Minister?
Well, I've identified them in my opening statement.
Could you repeat
identify
them?
again? Yes. The Maracas Beach Facility, Las Cuevas Beach Facility, Manzanilla Beach Facility, Vesini Beach Facility, and the Labre Pitch Lake Visitor Center.
Shigonasis?
Mr. Chairman, line item 027, Tourism Baseline Survey, with no allocation in 2019. Do I take it that this document has been completed?
The work has been completed. The data collection exercise has been completed. So they're just reviewing and compiling all the information together. So
By
we
when
can
do you
complete
think we might be able to have a...
By the end of this year.
Okay, and line item 029, the consultancy for the development of a strategic tourism incentive plan, allocation in 2019 of 500,000. How much money has been expended so far?
No money.
No money. And when do you intend that this
During
consultancy-
during this financial year.
What's the duration of it?
The project is expected to take about 8 weeks.
8 weeks. Could you give us some more details on line item 028?
Establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Tourism
Regulatory and Licensing Authority.
28, Mr. Minister.
Yeah. One of the recommendations from the recent Miller report, apart from the dissolution of the TDC and the creation of the 2 separate destination management companies, was the creation of a Trinidad and Tobago Tourism Regulatory and Licensing Authority to make mandatory quality standards in the tourism sector. So what this line item was created for was for a consultancy to get the draft bill, the draft policy, draft regulations, etc.
When do you expect that consultancy?
During this financial year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hold one sec.
Member for Naparima.
19, sites and attractions. Would any attention at all be paid to the Toko Lighthouse site or any minor refurbishment during the
Yes,
fiscal?
we have looked at it and we have considered it. We have also been speaking with the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, and they would have responsibility for that site. So we will work in collaboration with them to get that done.
Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, line item 057, the operationalization of Trinidad Tourism Limited for 10 million estimated 2019. I know that this is a new project. Could you elaborate a bit on this sum?
On the $10 million, what we expect to spend it on?
Yes.
Yeah, we expect to spend it on the preparation of the organization's strategic plan, a strategic marketing plan, the establishment of the destination website, the execution of marketing initiatives.
Okay.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 058, Maracas Beach Facility Management Project for 2 million. Could you tell me the components that would be needing this funding?
All right, so this is for the facilities management of Maracas Beach. Recently, the Ministry of Tourism would have appointed UDICOT as the facilities manager to Maracas Beach. So this line item here would take care of the cost to landscape, the cost for sanitation, cost for security, maintenance, and administration.
Okay, and exactly how many persons would be employed under this program to carry out these works? Do you have an idea?
I cannot give you that information right now.
Would you take an undertaking to provide it when it's available?
Yes.
Member for Oropouche West.
030, development of a national tourism policy. In 2018, the revised estimate was 300,000. I'm seeing now it's $2 million. Is it $2 million to do a policy, a national tourism policy?
Yeah, so during fiscal 2018, the project would have been tendered out, and the estimate would have been $900,000, but the tenders would have come in at just under $2 million. So the RFP had to be scrapped.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Minister, under 057, is there a board of directors in place for the Trinidad and Tobago Tourism Limited? If so, who is the chairman, and how many persons have been employed into this entity?
All right, so the member for Point-a-Pear just asked that question. There is a board of directors in place, and the chairman is Janelle Penny Commission.
It's two different names. And this
It's
one
the same. It's the same thing.
Is the same thing?
No, but
It's the
it's
same
two
thing.
different
Nomenclature.
So is it two companies or one company?
It's one company.
So what is the correct name?
The correct name, Tourism.
Of the company?
Tourism Trinidad Limited.
Trinidad Tourism Limited. I don't know. Yeah.
Member for Point-a-Pear.
And how many, if I could find out, how many persons have been recruited or employed so far?
No one. No one.
Nobody?
No.
Madam Chair, just answered that question.
No, I'm just trying to clarify because of the name issue.
Well, it's the same company, so it's the same answer as previously.
No one, no.
Member for Point-a-Pear.
No, the answer is the...
Member for Kamutu
Yeah,
Mansinilla.
but I mean, just...
Member for Kamutu Mansinilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple line items. The first one, 019, if the minister will consider Fishing Pond, Boardwalk. The second line item,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Fishing Pond Boardwalk for your upgrade, if you consider that. And Fishing Pond in line item 019.
019.
Okay, we can consider that.
027, have in place a company who will do the tourism baseline survey? And if yes, what procurement?
The work for the tourism, the baseline survey has been completed.
Oh, it has been completed.
We're just putting the document together right now.
Line item.
That's why there's no money in the estimate.
There is money in the estimate, 520.
That's the 2018 revised estimate.
All right. Sorry, for line item 059, I was a little bit confused. You said just now 057, 059, really one. In light of the fact, well, they're two different, but the same more or less. It's two.
Sorry, could you?
Oh, let me ask the question.
Yes.
Development of a tourism education and awareness program for destination Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
In light of the fact that the Trinidad Tobago has separated from itself and putting their own destination in place, and they were given a THA were given a huge chunk of money to do so. Why is it that we are doing a destination Trinidad and Tobago, and such a small amount of money has been allocated for that project?
Well, it's an education and awareness program, and it will deal with getting citizens, making citizens aware of their role and the importance of tourism in Trinidad and Tobago, because tourism, it will affect Trinidad and Tobago. And in terms of the amount of money, we expect that this amount of money would cover that education program.
Member for Chaguanas, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not sure whether anybody else is here, but line item 056, IT infrastructure upgrade is a new project, 460,000. Could you give us a sense as to what this upgrade is all about? And has it been, a consultancy been awarded for this project yet?
Not as yet, but it's for the purchase of additional servers, server area network, on-site backup, operations management, and maintenance costs.
And this is for Trinidad?
This is for the Ministry of Tourism's office.
Right, okay.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, line item 060, development of a theatre district, 500,000, estimate for 2019. It's a new project.
Yes.
Have you identified this theatre district?
No, it's not a geographical segment or anything like that.
Could you explain?
You think about the London Theatre District or think about Broadway. So what it is, it's a platform for the marketing and promotion of the performing arts in Trinidad and Tobago. So think of a website where you can go and you see all the productions, you can purchase tickets, you can look at the cast, etc.
Okay, and is this funding adequate in the first instance?
This funding is adequate.
Okay.
Member for Pointe-à-Pierre.
Just for my own clarity, in line item 057, operator Trinidad Tourism Limited, which is the parent company between Trinidad Tourism Limited and the one that is transferred to State Enterprises Tourism Trinidad Destination Management Company Limited? I'm a bit confused.
It is the same company.
So from a company registry point of view, are two companies registered?
No.
So why you have one name limited and the other one name limited and it not registered? Something is false here.
It's a shortened name.
From which one?
Tourism Trinidad Destination Management Company Limited. It's a shortened name.
Of Trinidad Tourism Limited? I don't know. I'm trying to understand. I don't know.
It is the shortened name. Tourism Trinidad Destination Management Company Limited
is the
long name.
Right.
The shortened name is Tourism Trinidad. Well, it should be Tourism Trinidad Limited.
Tourism Trinidad.
Should be, so there's another.
So is a typographical error?
It is an error in the printing.
That's what you said.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam
You have a
Chair.
reputation to uphold.
Madam, just really clarification on 060 development of a theatre district as it relates to street.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you.
Just for some clarification, Honorable Minister, on line item 60, development of a theatre district. I know you went into some sort of an explanation with respect to this, but could you indicate with respect to street theatre in Trinidad and Tobago, like the Ramlila, how do you intend to utilize this particular program to bring to life street theatre? Ramlila, Krishna Lila, as a member for Rupuch East reminds me.
The Ramlila, I think there is a Ramlila Association. The Ramlila Association will be consulted, and they will also be invited to market and promote on the website.
Member for Princess Town, member for
Thank you.
Oroput South, member for Oroput South. Not Oroput South, member for Couva South. Yeah, you know, it's kind of late in the night, and you know, your voice at this stage really is kind of distracting. Okay, member for Princess Town.
In relation to the comment made by the Honorable Minister, again, in light of this particular program, seeing that the Honorable Minister is hoping to support street theatre like Ramlila and the Krishna Lila celebrations through the theatre district, in light of having this particular line item, has the Minister had any discussions or plans with the Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts for the building of the Ramlila Center that would further enhance a program like this?
Member,
There's no
I'm
line item that
not going
deals
to
with
allow
that.
that under this item because the minister made it clear this is not about physical spaces. Member for Oropouche West.
Minister, line 019, tourism sites and attractions upgrade.
Yes.
I'm seeing an allocation for 8 million. Is the Oropouche Lagoon identified as one of those tourism sites to upgrade?
Minister,
No, member for Oropouche West. The Oropouche Lagoon is not identified as a site and attraction for upgrade.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you so much. Minister, just a quick question. I'm really attracted to this idea of the theatre district. I understand the concept well, but it is not a geographical locality. It is
No.
a concept that you go all over the place and promote things. Is it?
You promote it on a website. Yes.
Oh, so the district is really a website promotion
It's a
of some
website,
kind.
yes.
Okay,
So it's
thank you.
abstract.
It's an abstract theatre
Yes.
district. I'm much more attracted to that now. Thank
Yes.
you very much.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Infrastructure Development Fund, page 197. Item 004, social infrastructure. Member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, the 40 million relates to Maracas Beach Facility Improvement Project.
Yes.
That is 2017 you had 1 million budgeted, nothing for 2018 and 14 million for 2019. What is the status of this project, or is this a new project?
No, this is the phase 2 of the Maracas Beach Facility Improvement Project. The phase 1 was conducted by the Ministry of Works and Transport through NIDCO.
So the Ministry of Tourism is now handling phase 2 by this?
Will now handle phase 2 in this financial year.
And the 14 million, what do you project in phase 2? How the money will be projected to be spent, broken down in phase 2 for this $14 million?
We don't have that breakdown as yet.
So how did you arrive at that budgeted amount of 14 million?
It's an estimate.
I know, but if you arrive at an estimate, it must have some components that arrive at a...
Well,
at the
yes, there's a
estimate.
landscaping component. The construction of an additional washroom, as well as additional vending booths.
So you have identified the 14 million to, part of it to be landscaping?
Landscaping.
Washroom.
The construction of additional washrooms, site office,
Could you
and
might
additional
have it
vending
now, but
booths.
could you provide that breakdown of what you had, your budgeted amount for the different components or the different areas of phase 2?
Yes, when I have it, I can provide it.
Okay.
Member for Superior.
Thank you. Can the minister tell us who are the contractors engaged for phase 2 and/or what was the tendering process, if any?
No, no. It has not yet been tendered.
Okay. What is the tendering process?
You
To be
record,
followed?
it will be open tendering.
Open tendering. Thank you, madam.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of 80 million for head 35, Ministry of Tourism, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of 80 million for head 35, Ministry of Tourism, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Thank you, the members from the ministry. Honorable members, if I could just have your attention for a few minutes. With respect to the undertakings, I've been hearing members saying assurances. I want to remind members that there is a procedural bulletin regarding assurances which are not covered by committees. I also want to remind members, in case they were here whole afternoon and it may have escaped their attention, it has already been circulated, the additional information required under head 18 and head 20, which would have been the Ministry of Finance and Pensions. All right, so that I just want to assure members that the Parliament staff, and just so that they won't be demotivated by some conversations we may have had earlier, and that they are trying to do their part to ensure that we get the information that has been requested. Okay? Head 13.
Kindly for that, Madam Chairman, that the undertakings that we gave are being already fulfilled.
Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, $268,153,240. I shall now invite the Minister of Planning and Development, I shall now invite the Minister in the Office of, the Minister of State in the Office of the Prime Minister to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of the major accomplishments for fiscal 2017-2018 include the laying of the National Policy for Gender and Development in the Parliament, the completion of the first draft of the National Child Policy, and the advancement of the National Children's Registry to Phase 2, the building stage, the commissioning of the Tobago Assessment Center and the Tobago Child Support Center, the completed construction handover of the South Regional Office and Assessment Center, and the completion of the Chaguanas Assessment Center for the operations of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the commission of the Male Transition Home, which is fully operational and currently accommodates 11 young men, the initiation of the prevention mapping process for HIV and AIDS to determine where gaps in the prevention response lie and support the prevention scale-up that is required to reduce the impact of HIV and AIDS and other STIs within the population, the development of the HIV and AIDS Sustainability Plan, which will provide strategic guidance to the agencies involved in the response in the 2018-2019 period, the advancement of the counter-terrorism strategy, which was approved by the National Security Council in the second half of 2017. The Secretariat facilitated this process by hosting meetings and drafting the strategy on the request of the Ministry of National Security, and the advancement of the Think Tank project by the National Security Council. Outlook for 2019, with the momentum gained in 2017-2018, it is envisaged that the high level of success will continue in 2019. Projects and programs that are set for implementation and or will continue in the new fiscal year include completion of the National Child Policy, the establishment of the National Children's Registry, further enhancement of all children's homes to ensure that children receive the individual care they need and their rights are preserved, full operationalization of all the facilities where construction has been completed and the facilities handed over, construction of additional facilities including the Josephine Shaw Transition Home to house our nation's children who are in need of institutional care, advancement of the refurbishment and construction activities on the historical buildings, commencement of research studies on the following areas: 1, mothers as perpetrators, and 2, factors responsible for the hypersexualized behavior of our children. The commission of 2 domestic violence shelters. These 2 facilities were handed over in September, and we have since advertised for NGOs to partner with government to manage these facilities. Expansion of the Central Registry on Domestic Violence, approval and implementation of the HIV and AIDS Strategic Plan, and submission of the National HIV and AIDS STI Policy to Cabinet. The Office of the Prime Minister remains committed to working assiduously to become the hallmark of service excellence in the public service. Emphasis will continue to be placed on national development using Vision 2030 and the Strategic Plan 2017 to 2021 for direction. The central focus will remain on creating sustainable structures that enable restoration and development, and the policies and legislation that removes barriers that impede growth. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $268,153,240 for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $268,153,240 for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 56. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me say good night to the Honourable Minister for deputizing for the Honourable Prime Minister. 01, under General Administration, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowances. I know there's an increase in the allocation by $2.3 million. Would the Minister kindly indicate what this additional $2.3 million will be spent on?
That is for filling up vacant positions and the requisite increments and allowances for those positions. There are 105 positions vacant on the establishment.
So this additional expenditure is for vacant posts?
To filling up vacant posts and for the requisite increments and allowances for those positions.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you, Minister. I'm at page 56, of course, 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. You note the actual expenditure was $12,000 in 2017, and you're now budgeting $48,500. Would you care to give us a list, of course, to undertake to give us a list of the cabinet-appointed committees that are in effect now, and the composition of those committees?
Okay, we'll get that.
Member for Naparima.
Madam Chair. Item 09, remuneration to chairman and members of commissions of inquiry. And I see 200 has been estimated. What is the basis arriving at that figure? And is it a nominal figure put in there? As they say in the dialect, should in case?
Well, we currently have 2 committees in existence.
2 commissions?
Yeah. You want to?
Excuse me?
We have 2. You want the committees?
No. I asked on what basis?
Oh, 09. How are you going to get that figure?
Madam Chairman, Minister?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, the amount that is put there is a nominal figure. Just in case a commission of inquiry needs to be started, we put a nominal figure there. It's not that there's a commission of inquiry currently in existence.
Or contemplated?
Well, commissions of inquiry aren't usually contemplated. It depends on if something happens that demands a commission of inquiry.
Good.
However,
good. None in the pipeline.
because
Thank you. We got it.
there's a line item, you always put a nominal figure there just in case.
Item 002, Gender Affairs Division. Sorry, Member for Superior.
Page 56, under General Administration, 08, these are vacant posts, salaries and COLA without incumbents, $300,000. In my question previously, the minister said the increase of 2.3 million had to do with vacant posts and COLA, the allowances, but there's a separate line item dealing with the vacant posts. So again, I'm not clearly understanding from the answer what the additional 2.3 million in salaries and so on is for. Are you going to hire more people?
Okay.
Pay
And this
increased
is for-
salaries?
this is question for this one. Okay, Member for Sparrow, that is just a nominal amount. The above one would have covered the majority.
What is nominal?
Okay, the first one that before was increments and allowances, right? The first one you have asked me before was for increments and allowances. This one here is just a nominal figure.
So your first answer, I must disregard, that this included, the first one included vacant posts.
No.
How no? You have two different numbers. Okay. Okay, okay. We leave it alone, madam.
Item,
I withdraw the question.
yes?
I withdraw the question.
But in all ministries, there are vacant posts without bodies that have to be filled. There are also vacant posts with incumbents for positions where people have either been transferred or they got a promotion, but the post has an incumbent. So you might be an executive secretary, but you, okay. All right, okay, thank you.
Item 002, Gender Affairs Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Kamutu Manzanilla.
Honorable Minister, line item 23, can you indicate what is paid for using this sub-item,
Line item, which one?
please?
That is fees?
Yes.
Okay, line item, you said 23 fees? Okay, that would cover legal fees and like ICT licensing fees.
Member for Oropuch East.
Ma'am, at 04, electricity, there must be an explanation here. The 2017 figure was $2,619, estimated $350, and then revised downward to 2,000, which is in line with 2017, and now goes back up to 415,000. You get the impression something was to happen and did not happen, and you expect it to happen this fiscal. Is there an explanation?
So that is 0 for electricity.
Yes.
That would be to cover payment of electricity charges at Sinclair Office, Trade Zone, Storage Rental, and the Marafal Road Car Park.
But if that was the same thing as last year, why was it revised down to 2,000?
We had arrears.
Oh, so it's an arrears you're
Yeah.
dealing with. Okay.
Member
No, but
for
you intend to pay the arrears now?
Yes.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My favorite line item 16, contract employment. I'm seeing 2019 estimate for 13 million. Consideration 2017, the actual figure was 11.9. So there has been an increase since then. So Minister, can you tell me how many contract positions exist within the Office of the Prime Minister and at what levels?
Okay. No, this is to be filled, 22 positions to be filled. Just a second.
Yeah. And if you don't, you can give us an undertaking to provide it in writing.
Contract positions. In terms of contract positions, we have 110.
110, and is this, the 13 million budgeted here for 2019, is it for all contract positions, 110 positions?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Carney Central?
Okay,
Thank you,
just a minute, just going back to line item 16, could we get an undertaking to get the level of positions and the
Okay.
pay associated with them?
Sure.
Thank you.
Member for Carney Central?
Yeah, 36, extraordinary expenditure. It was estimated in 2018 and wasn't spent, and then it's repeated. Do you know what that's for?
That is just a nominal amount in case something comes up and we don't have the necessary vote to cover it.
Okay, so it's just a provision.
Yes, sir.
And then 62, there's a $450,000 increase in promotions, publicity, and printing. Is that to step up publicity, or is there something extraordinary, or what?
That would cover promotion and provision of brochures and messages, etc., for all the divisions except for gender affairs.
Member for Naparima?
Item 21, repairs and maintenance buildings, 1.5 million. I take it that this is in respect of owned buildings or rented buildings?
We have some work to do at St. Clair, so we have to change the carpets and the chillers. And if that's what we intend to do with it.
Okay.
Health and safety reasons.
Right, so it's not a case of repairing rented
No,
buildings? Okay.
we have to do
thanks.
those things for health and safety reasons.
And medical expenses, 58.
Medical expenses.
That is in respect of whom?
Of whom?
It's with staff,
That
all
is for,
staff,
no,
contract
that is
staff?
for current and former prime ministers.
Current and former
Prime ministers,
minister.
yeah, only, yeah.
Item 20, 58.
58.
Medical expenses?
No, how could it be? It's.
That is for current and former prime ministers.
Oh, you mean this is the normal? Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
This Prime
all right.
Minister.
I thought you said this was the.
Not this former Prime Minister.
Okay, I understand.
I never.
Couva South?
Sorry.
Member for Pointe-a-Pierre?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, line item 65, expenses of cabinet appointed bodies. I know on the explanation side, it says National Security Council, $42 million. But looking at the expenses related to this item, which I'm assuming has all been referred to the National Security Council, what would have this increase of $8.4 million? What have created that increase in the National Security Council?
We'll provide that for you in writing.
In writing?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Item 002, Gender Affairs Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 01, vehicles. I'm seeing an increase of, well, an allocation of 1 million. Minister, can you tell me how many vehicles you all intend to purchase for the Office of the Prime Minister?
We have to replace 2 vehicles at the PM's residence fleet. 1 vehicle is over 8 years old and the other one is over 9 years old, and we have to replace them.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Member for Pointe-a-Pierre?
Right, Chair?
Item 007, Households.
Insurance Authority. 2019 is estimated at $57.7 million, an increase of 2.7. What are the changes related to the 2.7 for the Insurance Authority?
You wanted to know why we have an increase for the Children's Authority? Okay, we have the new centers that I would have listed out before in the introductory statement. Apart from that, remember, in the budget, we have announced that we increasing penalties for matters related to children. So obviously, we need to strengthen the staffing at the authority and all of that to ensure that we're better able to respond to the needs of children in Trinidad and Tobago. So it's for staffing, so the new facilities, it's for all the work that goes into ensuring the children of Trinidad and Tobago are protected.
Item 0, Member for Kamuta Mansinala.
Minister, just to reiterate what you just said, it also includes expenditure for staffing, this figure here?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, would you be able to provide how many persons this expenditure
You'll get
will-
it in writing.
Thank you, thanks.
Item 009, other transfers. Items, Member for Naparima.
Response to HIV/AIDS. Could the minister give us some information with respect to, are we winning the battle on AIDS? Is there a decrease or anything based on this allocation?
What I can say is that we have heightened our interactions with the different groups and so on. We have also started partnering with the Tobago House of Assembly, and I could definitely say that the calls are all hands on deck. So when we ask you all to partner with us, I'm hoping that you'll accept that call.
We do.
Okay,
On this matter, we will.
very well.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of development program. Subhead 09, development program. Point up your new book.
Tied up in that.
Consolidated Fund,
Answer
page
question.
17. Item 004, social infrastructure. Member for Point of Pear.
Thank you, Ma. I'm on the new book, yeah. Line item, Minister 085, customization and outfitting of an assessment center in Tobago. 2 million was spent in 2018, but it's a new item that was there and nothing in 29. Could the minister explain what this line item is about?
The assessment center in Tobago.
Yeah, the
that we-
customization and outfitting of the
Yes,
assessment.
we're doing that in collaboration with the Division of Health, Wellness and Family Development in the Tobago House of Assembly, and it is on stream. We didn't have an assessment center in Tobago before,
Yeah, this year. Okay.
and we have partnered with the Tobago House of Assembly to ensure that that is up and running.
Okay.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Member for Point of Pear.
Yeah, Minister, just from my own thing, 084, you had refurbishment of 2 safe houses in 2018. That has been completed and
Excuse me,
everything.
where are you?
Page 17.
Okay, we are on 005, multi-sectoral and other services.
Oh, you jumped.
Is that where you are?
No, okay, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Well, I'm confused.
No, but you like there are several areas under welfare services. Yeah,
We at 005. We finished with 004.
do you? Only ask one question.
005, okay.
Member for Naparima, under 005.
What is the 002, the strengthening of the strategic threat and assessment? 800,000, what is that?
That is in 2018.
None for this year? Okay, all right.
No allocation.
I have no,
So could I ask the question, why was it discontinued?
that,
Or
I
is
can't
that
speak to
allowed?
that.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, please.
It's no longer under the office of the Prime Minister.
Okay.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of 260 Infrastructure Development Fund, page 177, item 004, social infrastructure. I'm sure. Member for Point of Pear?
Members, 177. Item 002, Madam Chair, to the Minister. the modernization of St. Michael's School for Boys. Has it, have we, I see nothing in 2019. Has the modernization stopped?
You really asked me that question, but St.
Yeah.
Michael's closed.
St. Michael's School for the Boys.
It's
It's
closed.
closed. Okay.
That's why I asked you to ask me that question.
So
Okay,
I just hold it. I just holding up for my
Item
colleagues.
005,
I'm just holding up for my colleagues.
Member for Kamutu Mountain, you have a question?
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Honorable Minister, line item 007. Can you give a status on 007 and 008?
Okay, in terms of 007, we at the stage of renovation of the IT lab for the children is expected to be completed in the first quarter. Installation of CCTV cameras in the first quarter. We are currently at the design phase of the construction of the new administrative building. Construction is expected to begin this fiscal. In terms of 008, we are currently in the design phase for the construction of community residence for St. Jude's.
How many young ladies this will now accommodate? This new, the the reconstruction, how many children will it will accommodate the new structure?
How many are we expecting? How many are we expecting to accommodate virtual at St. Jude? In the 40s.
40?
Yeah. What we're trying to do, member for Kamutu Manzanella, and I don't know if you remember during the budget debate when I would have noted that what we're trying to do is to use adoption and foster care as the, instead of placing children into homes, we're looking to really promote adoption and foster care. So what we're doing now, instead of building large institutions to put children in, we're encouraging people to come on board in terms of adoption and sign up to be foster care parents.
And I hope that the necessary checks and balances are
Definitely,
in place
through the Children's Authority.
To prevent perversion of children in terms of...
Definitely.
Thank you.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Member for Superior.
Madam, there are several of the line items. So when I ask one question, can I be allowed thereafter?
Yes,
so I
you
can get it out of the way. Thank you very much. Line item 007, Whitehall Restoration. There is an increase of $14 million in the, there's an estimate of $14 million in the 2019, which does represent a substantial increase from the 2018 revised. Would the minister want to tell us what specifically this $14 million is now going to be used for, given that several other millions have already been spent on Stolmeyer?
Okay, thank you, Member for Superior. In terms of the Whitehall restoration, we have to ensure that we complete the asbestos treatment, so that will take a large portion of the finances.
Restoration of the Red House, 008. I know there is no allocation for 2019. Is there a reason for that? Has it been moved elsewhere?
Yes, I remember that. In terms of the Red House, you wouldn't see because the finance is coming out of the Hyatt, whatever profits we made from the Hyatt. Through UDCOT is going towards the restoration of the Red House.
But then previous years was allocated on this line item. Has it been moved? Can you tell me if it has? Where can I find it?
It was always coming.
I think that's very important for us as parliamentarians to know what is happening with the Red House. So we will be very grateful to know where this thing has gone.
No, it was always here.
Yeah, but you're
saying
it's now...
No, I'm saying, but the financing was always through the Hyatt. Whatever profits we make from...
Hyatt, building the Red House.
So, okay. The project was done this way. Majority of the funding was coming through the surplus Hyatt. Part of it came from the consolidated. Now that we are almost at the end of the restoration works, all funding is coming from the Hyatt.
That's okay where the funding is coming from.
Yeah, we're almost there.
It's okay where the funding is coming from. The question is how much is to be allocated in fiscal 2019. There is nothing here.
None.
There's no allocation here? No. Please tell me where to find the allocation.
There's none because we
There is
will
none.
be moving into the facility soon.
So the work is complete?
Almost, yes. That's what I'm saying.
Almost is different from complete.
Yes, it's practically complete. I mean, just recently I saw in the papers where they were asking people to tender for the hoarding? Asking people to
Okay,
purchase
so
the
so you
hoarding.
asked
and
me to
whatever. So
tender
that's
for the
it.
hoarding, but there is no allocation to do it. Any case, Minister, you should go from the ministry, not from the papers.
Minister of Planning and
Please be allowed to
Development. Yes.
indicate. What we're looking at here is the IDF, the Infrastructure Development Fund, which means this is money allocated to special purpose companies in order to do the work.
Projects.
The money for the Red House restoration, or the payments for the Red House restoration, are coming from the profits that we are getting from the Hyatt. So it would be in the consolidated fund. So there's not going to be an allocation here in the IDF.
Absolutely.
So, yes,
Thank you,
because
but-
remember
but
that
why every year?
UDCOT,
Why every year? It was always UDCOT. It was probably this financing arrangement, but it was always allocated.
no.
So we could see how much.
This financing arrangement is relatively new.
It's a new arrangement.
Yes, relatively new. Because instead of us having to allocate funds here, the fact that the Hyatt has been quite profitable, it means that we can do the funding through the Hyatt.
Certainly. Is there any
And
estimated
remember
amount?
that UDCOT is in charge of the Hyatt.
Always was.
Yes. So I'm saying that that money would be under the consolidated fund
Yeah.
through the Hyatt.
I thank you, but
You're
I think
welcome.
we need to find out how much money is going to be spent on something as important as the Red House in this fiscal year. So I thank you for your attempt to clarify. Moving along on that same, under the same public buildings, construction of the premises Tobago Residence 011. I note 5 million revised for 2018. And then 2019, there's a 5 million estimate. What is the status of this project? What is this 5 million going to be spent on in fiscal 2019? And what is the expected completion date of this project? It appears to be an ongoing project.
It is an ongoing project. In terms of the completion date, I'll have to give you that at a later date.
What is the
Submit.
status of the project?
It is ongoing.
Are there poster blocks on the ground, or is it?
I know
5 million appears to have already been spent from the revised estimate. You want to spend another 5 million on what?
The building that was there was demolished, and work is ongoing at the site.
So 5 million to demolish?
I said work is ongoing at the site.
Yeah, and I'm asking, what is this 5 million going to be spent on? The roof, the windows, the foundation? That's what I'm asking, status, this stage, if you
You'll
cannot
get
tell
that in
us.
writing.
I thank you very much. And there's just one more, which I find an extraordinary increase, something called Cabildo retrofit. The revised estimate for 2018 was $2 million. I am now seeing for 2019, $35 million. What is this for? Cabildo retrofit.
That is yeah. That would be the companion building for the Parliament when we move into the Red House.
Is this a new building?
No, no.
Huh?
It's not a new. It's not a new building.
And he will go where? To the tower.
So what would happen? Go ahead.
Please.
Okay, what would happen is that that building, as I said, would be the companion building to the Red House that was house the Parliament staff. So they'll retrofit the building and create a skywalk to connect the Red House and Cabildo building.
Skywalk sounds nice. We could do underground. No, it's not a joke.
I mean,
may want to consider. Instead of going up, we go down.
Because of the water table in Port of Spain.
Really? Flooding?
Yes, because of the water table in Port of Spain, it would be difficult to do an underground. So a skywalk is better.
Sure. So what is the status of the retrofit? How much has already been done? And what is left to be done, apart from the skywalk?
What's the status of the building? Okay, so the demolition work is ongoing.
Or it's been demolished? Wait.
Inside of the building. Remember, I said we have to retrofit, right? You hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so
Is this what is the AG's chambers?
Yes.
Right, so there's demolished?
They're not demolishing the building. The inside will have to be gutted.
Will have to be?
Yes, so
Is
that
that
is
happening?
ongoing. So that is ongoing, yes.
Okay. So where is he?
Where is
Where's
the
Honorable
AG?
AG? In this building being retrofitted.
And he moved into
With walls and so on.
They moved to the
He's
campus.
moved.
The AG
I
is
thank
in
you
the
very much.
AGLA Towers. And let me just, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me just indicate that the Cabildo building is for the ancillary services that will feed the
Minister said that.
Parliament.
The minister said
The
that.
minister said it was for the staff. It's for the
think I understood.
ancillary
She said the parliamentary
services.
staff,
Yes, not for the parliamentary staff.
Both ministers, I thank you very much. I
You're
hope you have a
welcome.
very good night.
So that, for the services, we mean the committees, the television studio, the libraries. I'm just trying to be as fulsome as possible so that we don't have to give an undertaking that we'll give information in writing.
Fair enough.
So the Cabildo building will be for committees, for the television studio, for library services, etc. Ancillary services
all will happen after the
to
general
the
election.
Red House. Am I being listened to? Thank you so
totally
much.
satisfied with the answer.
So that we
There's no
get
need to-
a complete and fulsome answer to the question.
Thank you.
You're
Member
welcome.
Zipria, I see that you're indicating that,
Good night.
Good night, but you have two other members with questions. Is it that they are now
I could
declining?
never adjourn this parliament, madam.
Okay, good.
That'd
No, I
be
thought you were
yours.
telling your members. So that's what I'm trying to find out. Member for
Are you,
Naparima.
sorry, ma'am,
Yes.
are you clear on? You would like me to repeat? Ma'am, should I? Okay. Cabildo building is for the ancillary services to the Red House, which will house the main parliament. And those ancillary services include committees, library services, the television studio, security, etc. Orapuch, you're walking off? All right, good.
Member or Member for Pucci is no longer asking question. Okay, Member for Naparima.
The president's residence, what is the target date for completion?
Yes, there's one, it's there. Yeah, it's under the same head.
010.
Okay. We'll be looking at April 2019.
After election.
Of this year?
April 2019, this
Fiscal.
2019.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $268,153,240 for head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, stands part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $268,157,240 for head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Mr. Pierce, and your team. Thank you, Madam Minister. Head 38, Environmental Commission. Head 38, Environmental Commission, $6,853,740. And so that we'll be all on the same page, page 241 of the recurrent. Current book. I now invite the Honorable Minister of Planning and Development to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very kindly, ma'am. The Environmental Commission was established by Section 81(1) of the Environmental Management Act, Chapter 3505, and by Section 3 of the Act. The Environmental Commission is established as a superior court of record with all powers inherent in such a court. The Commission has jurisdiction to hear appeals from decisions of the Environmental Management Authority, and in specific cases, an individual can institute proceedings before the Commission with respect to environmental matters. Madam, may I just indicate that the Environmental Commission comes under the jurisdiction of the Attorney General's office.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very kindly.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $6,853,740 for Head 38 Environmental Commission stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $6,853,740 for Head 38 Environmental Commission is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure.
Ma'am, sorry, I hate to interrupt, but it is 9 million, not 6.
I must, let me just, okay.
9
Sorry,
million.
yeah, okay, so let me just put the question.
Yes, please.
Wait, okay, but thanks.
Yeah,
All right.
but what we
All right,
have to
so-
agree upon is would be the 9 million. We have to agree on 9 million, not 6, yes.
Just check and see what the bill has.
Check the bill for me, please.
Okay, so, Minister, the bill has 6. The bill has the figure that I've read out.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay? So, we shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration, page 241. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration, member for Vancouver North.
Thank you, Madam. Line item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation and storage. I see an estimate for 2019 here at 1.5 million, a $485,000 increase. Could I get a clarification for that increase?
Minister?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm advised that at present, the EMA, the commission occupies 2 floors of the building that they're in now. But by May 2019, they will occupy 4 floors, and that is the increase
Cost,
that's
the
reflected
increase.
there.
All right, thank you.
There are none.
Subhead, member for Vancouver North, are you still in subhead
Yes.
02?
Goods and services?
Yes.
Yes, madam. I see a line item, short-term employment. I see a substantial decrease by 250,000 for fiscal 2019. Explanation why?
The staff that had been taken on was to deal with a certain backlog that existed. In the main, that backlog has been reduced significantly, so
Right.
that is the result of the decrease.
Thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $6,853,740 for Head 38 Environmental Commission stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $6,853,740 for Head 38 Environmental Commission now stands part of the schedule. Thank you very much to the AO2, the registrar, and the other members of the Environmental Commission. Thank you very much. Reach home safely. Honorable members, I want to thank you all for your cooperation and eager participation today. I want to wish you all a very safe and happy weekend. Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Monday, 15th October, 2018 at 10 a.m. This meeting is now suspended.
Indicate that by agreement, we have made certain shifts, but the information will come. But I will just indicate that Ministry of Works will be first, Public Administration will be second, Service Commissions will be third, Statutory Authorities Service Commissions will be fourth, Social Development will be fifth, and then we'll have Trade, Foreign Affairs, and Planning and Development. You're welcome. That's on Monday. Planning and Development is last. Yes. No, it's y'all who fix this. You fix me.
Thank you very much.